Alright. I think I stalled long enough. Boink. Wait, what are those leaderboards looking like? Alright. I really need to nerf Cabbage Gatekeeper doing weekends like these. He just keeps going on autopilot. Okay. Let me look up real quick to see if there's a standard or at least easy way to do like controller remapping. This thing is still going, eh? Scripts. Wait a minute, what am I using for this? Okay, let's see what Bite Me Games has to say.
Control rebinding, even if it's just for accessibility or even just allowing people to just rebind their controls to have more freedom. In this tutorial for Unity, we'll be covering how to do this and the easiest way that I found to do this and how we can actually save it so the settings are safe. Let's dive into it. So the first thing you need is a working Unity project with the new input system enabled. If you don't know how to do this, there's a tutorial you can find right over there where we cover how to get started and with this exact same project. So let's quickly demo what's inside the project. If we hit play, we have a nice circle, and the circle we can move it using the WASD keys. When we press F, we fire. We just log it to the console, something special, but this is the base where we get started. So how do we get started with control rebinding? First, we go to Window, Package Manager, and then in the top left, you will see Packages Unity Registry. Make sure it's that clicked and not on In Project My Assets were built in. Once you're there, just scroll to the I from Input System and go to Samples. If you scroll down a bit, you will see Rebinding UI. Click it, give Unity like 20 minutes. Once you're done, we got basically a script that does almost everything for us, but we will need to make some tweaks. So first things first, let's make a little bit of a UI. To add a UI, just right-click, go UI, and then Canvas. Unity will automatically make the event system, and we have to make sure that the event system is also using the new input system. So if you click on the event system, we should have a big button that now says Replace with Input System UI Input Module. Click the button. Now your UI should be set up to use the input system. On our canvas, you can basically add whatever you want. In style ones, I created a couple of things to already get started. So I'll drag in my prefabs that I pre-made for UI, and I'll cover what's inside them. So I added two prefabs. One is for a rebinding, which will represent rebinding one action. For example, if you want to rebind the fire key, this is one entry. You can see I added a text label. This will represent the action that we're trying to rebind, and a label called binding. Binding is the button that is assigned for this specific action. The second thing I added is an overlay prefab. If I quickly enable it, you'll see we get basically an overlay and then a text in the middle that says rebinding text. The rebinding text will then give the user instructions on what he or she has to do. Nothing here is set up yet in code. So how do we get this working? If you go to our rebinding, click Add Components, we can add a script called Rebind Action UI. And here we have a lot of inputs we need to give. So let's go over them real quick. First things first is the action. This is the thing you actually want to rebind. For example, in our case, let's take the fire action. We can just drag and drop it in, and that's it. The next thing is a binding. What's important here is we currently only have keyboard and mouse setup, but if you, for example, would have controller support, like an Xbox 360 controller or something, you could select here that if you want to rebind for controllers or, for example, keyboard and mouse. In our case, since I just said we only use keyboard and mouse, let's just click that. And you can see the default binding is F, like I told you earlier. Display options, you can play with it. It's basically how Unity will show your fire action. Then we have UI inputs. Important to note here is they are all text, not TextMesh Pros. If you want to actually change into TextMesh Pro, just go inside the script and change text to TextMesh Pro where it's used. So action label is basically the action we have, in this case a fire, and the label. So this is the one I said where, hey, this is the preview of what the player wants to rebind. So let's just drag that in. Then the binding text is just the binding. The rebind overlay is a game object you want to show when you actually start rebinding. This is the overlay I mentioned earlier. And then the text for the rebind text is also just the one in the overlay. The second thing we need is to actually trigger this code. The easiest way to do this is basically using a button on the component itself. So let's just add a button. And then we can do an on-click action where we just go to our rebinding and we call in our rebind action UI a function called start interactive rebind. If we now start Unity up, there will be a couple of things that you'll see. First of all, the fire and F, they will be filled in. Right? It was for me like this already because it was saved like this, but for you, you should see your action label and your action button already assigned. If we click it, you can see we get an error. Unity samples are great. So let's quickly open up the script, make some changes, and add the functionality for saving and loading. All right, so now Rider is open, we can start tweaking the script. As you can see, it's a very long script, and honestly, I assume people think this is cleanly written, but I really dislike the style. This is my rant, sorry. And as you can see, there are a couple of important things here. First, you can see, like I mentioned, that we use text almost everywhere. If you want to use TextMesh Pro, just replace every instance of the text class with TextMesh Pro, and it just should work. Now, if we go back to Unity and you see that the error we had, it's basically complaining that we cannot rebind an action, in this case the fire action, because it is still enabled. The reason of this is when you're trying to rebind it, Unity can only handle it if it's not the active map. This is often the case though, where you actually want it to be active, or you have to switch between a UI or a player control scheme. So how do we fix this? If we go to Rider, there are a couple events that we can actually take care of. So first, remember the method we called start interactive rebind. Let's quickly add there a line to disable our input action. So we go n_action call action dot disable. And now it should be disabled. Of course, this is only one part of the pie because we need to enable it once again so we can actually fire the button again. The second thing we need to do is enable it once again. There's a method called void cleanup. This is a perfect method to just add our action enable again. So we go m_action.action.enable. If we hit save and go back to Unity, this should already make our rebinding work. You can see I can still move around. The F key is basically still firing. I click on the button, no errors. I can press V, for example, for fire. And now you can see in the top left corner, the fire button is rebinding to V. And if I press V, it also refires. There's still one issue. If you restart the game, you can see the button is once again the F key. I assume you don't want your player to always have to configure their settings every time they want to play, so let's quickly cover how we will tackle that as well. Let's go back to Rider in our rebind action UI, and just wherever you want, honestly, it's already a mess of a script. You can just add new lines of codes. Let's call it private void save control action binding. In this method, we will basically cover getting the data that we need for the input system, saving it into the player prefs, the key, to something more unique. For example, let's take the action
player pref stuff. Okay. Do I want to do that? I guess so.
using the WASD keys. When we press F, we fire. We just log it to the console, it's nothing special, but this is the base where we get started. So how do we get started with control rebinding? First, we go to Window, Package Manager.
All right, Window, Package Manager. Actually, let's push. We haven't pushed in a while. Actually, we can't use that right now.
And then in the top left, you will see Packages, Unity Registry. Make sure that's that clicked and not on In Project My Assets or Built-in. Once you're there, just scroll to the I for Input System and go to Samples. If you scroll down a bit, you will see Rebinding UI.
Input System, Samples, Rebinding UI. Hiya.
Click Import. Give Unity like 20 minutes. Once you're done, we got basically a script that does almost everything for us, but we will need to make some tweaks. So first things first, let's make a little bit of UI. To add a UI, just right-click, go UI, and then Canvas. Unity will automatically make it.
Yada, yada, yada. Okay. Let's just do a completely separate canvas for this so we don't fuck it up. Do. Hello. You done with your dinner?
Event system, and we have to make sure that the event system is also using the new input system. So if you click on the event system, we should have a big button that's in this.
Replace input system Unity UI module. Okay. Okie doke. Hello, baby. How are you? You going back to the lap? Mm-hmm. You smell like dinner. There she goes. Back to where she's comfy. Isn't that right? You know what that means, though, girl? It's time for a cat cam. Boink. Look at you. Yeah. That'll do. There's your good girl. Okay.
Now says replace with input system UI input module. Click the button. Now your UI should be set up to use the input system. On our canvas, you can basically add whatever you want. In style ones, I created a couple of things to already get started. So I'll drag in my prefabs that I pre-made for UI, and I'll cover what's inside them. So I have two prefabs. One is for a rebinding, which will represent rebinding one action. For example, if you want to rebind the fire key, this is one entry. You can see I added a text label. This will represent the action that we're trying to rebind, and a label called binding. Binding is the button that is assigned for this.
Okay. So let's do that. Hey. Create empty.
this specific action. The second thing I added is an overlay prefab. If I quickly enable it, you'll see we get basically.
Okay. So if we were to just go here and just set these things up. Well, I guess we'll need an image for this too, eh? UI, I don't know, a panel. That should be fine. Wait. This could be black. This could be black. There we go. Okay, and then we'll just also add an empty object here. Layout group. Vertical layout group. Add rebinding to that. We'll set this as a prefab. Cha-cha-cha. Cool.
An overlay, and then a text in the middle that says rebinding text. The rebinding text will then give the user instructions on what he or she has to do. Nothing here is set up yet in code. So how do we get
Okay, hang on, let me see that again here.
specific action? The second thing I added is an overlay prefab. If I quickly enable it, you'll see we get basically an overlay, and then a text in.
Okay. So one other panel here. Make this dark. There we go. And then we'll add some text. Throw that in the prefabs bucket.
In the middle that says rebinding text. The rebinding text will then give the user instructions on what he or she has to do. Nothing here is set up yet in code. So how do we get this working? If we go to our rebinding, click add component, we can add the script called rebind action UI. And here we have a lot of inputs we need to give.
Okie dokes. So we'll go into this rebind action UI.
So let's go over them real quick. First things first is the action. This is the thing you actually want to rebind. For example, in our case, let's say the fire action. We can just drag and drop it in.
Oh, neat. That's kind of neat. So we want left, right, launch, restart. Okay. I think what we'll want to do is we'll want left, right. Okay, I see. Let's do some new actions here. Rotate clockwise. Boink. Rotate counterclockwise. Launch positive. Launch negative. Change positive. Change negative. I'm pretty sure those are all the things that I wanted to change here. Oh, tracking based on mouse could be something too. Track based on A and D, track based on left and right. Okay. And then changing polarity can have different versions. Okay, I think that's everything. So, hang on, I need this for now because this is going to be annoying. Binding, rotating counterclock or clockwise is going to be D by default. Rotating counterclockwise is going to be A by default. A. Launch positive, left mouse button. Oh, this is so stupid. Left button. Launch negative, right button. Change positive, left button. Change negative, right button. Okay. So now let's go into our code real quick. Reload, sure. Oh, we gotta rebuild that. Boink. All right, so for the launch fields, launch positive, launch negative. Okay, and I think that's it for that. And then for train, change, oops. Change positive, change negative. So now we'll be able to map these to different things if we want. And I think that's all there is for that. Oh wait, no, we also have the launch field here. Get player map action. Rotate counterclockwise. Nope, rotate clockwise. Fuck. I might have messed these up then. So clockwise is left. Okay, so A needs to be clockwise. Shit. And then this one needs to be... D. Save. Okay. So we got that there. Now, let's just make sure it still works. Let's make sure we didn't break anything. All right, that works. Negative works. Positive works, and the change works. Okay. Cool. All right, that's all still working. That's good. Now let's do the...
And that's it. The next thing is a binding. What's important here is we currently only have keyboard and mouse.
Right. We were in the rebinding this thing. So now for the input action reference... Oh, we need a bunch of these, actually. So let's go to this. We'll turn you off. Let's go to the debug canvas, turn this off. And let's move this layout group. So top left, and now we just... So clockwise, counterclockwise, launch positive, launch negative, change positive, change negative. I think those are all the ones. So now we want... Gross, I can't read those. So we want, let's see. Rotate clockwise. Binding is just going to be A. And then rotate counterclockwise. Default binding is going to be D. Launch positive. Launch negatives. Launch negative. Change positive. Change negative. Okay. I guess we should also do this here. That should be fine. Auto size. We'll just have them all auto size. Auto size. I'm sorry, YouTube, you good? Why on earth did you think I would want you to stop playing stuff? Keep going. YouTube's struggling. There you go. All right, what do you got here?
Setup, but if you, for example, would have controller support, like an Xbox 360 controller or something, you could select here that if you want to bind for controllers or, for example, keyboard and mouse. In our case, since I just said we only use keyboard and mouse, let's just click that. So you can see the default binding is F, like I told you earlier. Display options, you can play with it. It's basically how Unity will show your fire action. Then we have UI inputs. Important to note here is they are all text, not TextMesh Pros. If you want to actually change it to TextMesh Pro, just go inside the script and change text to TextMesh Pro where it's used. So action label is basically...
That's so annoying. Can I just like rebind action UI? Wait, which one am I supposed to do? The, I think it's this one. Using DM Pro. Text. Bum, 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 bum. Yugi. Yugi. What the fuck? Ore? What are you talking about? Using directive is unnecessary. TM Pro could not be found. What are you talking about? Where is this thing? TM Pro's in my project. You dingus, you dingus. What do you mean? Huh?
The action we have in this case. And as you can see, there are a couple of... So let's quickly open up the script, make some changes, and add the functionality for saving and loading.
Sure.
Right, so now Rider is open, we can start tweaking the script. As you can see, it's a very long script, and honestly, people think, I assume people think it's cleanly written, but I really dislike the style. This is my rant, sorry. And as you can see, there are a couple of important things here. First, you can see, like I mentioned, that we use text almost everywhere. If you want to use TextMesh Pro, just replace every instance of the text clause with TextMesh Pro, and it just should work. Now, if you
I disagree. It doesn't let me use the TM Pro directive here. Hang on. What the fuck? Like, I should just be able to type in TM Pro, unless it's just because of where we're at here. This shouldn't matter. Looks like we're looking something up. What does it say? Using directive is unnecessary. TM Pro using directive is unnecessary. Hmm. Is it just because of where it is and samples? Is that it? Can I just like grab this, yoink it, take it to input stuff, and boink? Cool. Now we'll shut up Visual Studio. Let's see if that's still there. Okay, cool. Rebind Action UI. Hang on. Okay. What are you talking about? TM Pro is still a problem here? Ugh. All right, what do we do? Zoom, preferences, external tools, and untick everything? All generate CS project tick boxes, delete all solutions CS project files, hit regenerate project files. I'll just hit regenerate project files. Fuck that. Oh, I see. We'll do this. Regenerate. Tick them again. Regenerate. Absolutely nothing changed. What's going on here? What the fuck? Huh? What are you talking about? I have never seen that before. It just not recognizing TM Pro. Should I just like... What the fuck? Generate client? No, what are you talking about? Just use the thing you're supposed to. In my case, I had to add script assembly to my scripts folder. What the fuck? What? Fuck it, I'll just restart the editor, see what happens. Save. Go. Oh my god, yeah, it still has issues. Deleting the library folder, are you serious? Seems that if you have an assembly definition file, ASMDF file, as part of your project, you need to add a reference to the Unity TextMesh Pro DLL through the inspector. What? What? Huh? Assembly definition S. What the fuck? I don't have no bootstrap, do I? No. What? Okay, great. So now it, what the fuck? Now it sees it. Cool, I guess. Action label, yada yada. Where was this defined? Yeah. And then this is the same file. Okay, cool. Oops. What a weird detour that was. You gonna compile now? No? Okay. TM Pro could not be found. Get fucked. Are you kidding me? It's right. You did it. It's right there. Everything's fine. It's good. Save. Hello? Alright. That's it. That's it. Bye-bye, library. We're opening it up the old-fashioned way. And if it doesn't use TextMesh Pro, then fine, we won't use TextMesh Pro, and our rebinding scheme will be ugly and gross and unshippable. That's fine. This is going to take a while. Sheesh. All right. Okay, for some reason, this doesn't want to autoplay anymore. Let's just refresh it. Yeah, it just went, it turned it into just a pure video now. All right, hang on now. Where are we putting this? Yeah. Sure. Boy, I must be really stretching my computer to its limits RAM-wise, eh? All I wanted was a simple little rebind command. That's it. That's all I wanted. And I wanted it to look nice with some text mesh pros, and now I have to change them. Okay. Exit safe mode. Let's be nice and unprotected and unsafe. If you don't want to find the TM Pro directive, that's your prerogative, Unity. That's fine. That's cool that you don't want to do that. Way to go against the grain. That's really, really, really cool. How's the cat looking? Cat's looking so comfy. Now I'm dubious as to whether any of the other edits are going to work on this guy's video. Oh. Alright, fine. We'll get rid of the TM Pro directive. I understand you're having difficulty finding it. It's fine. It happens to the best of us. We'll change these back to text. You know, something that you're familiar with, something that you're comfortable with. I understand. Change in progress is scary. That's okay, Unity. That's fine. The rest of us will live in the future while you're still stuck in there. Okay. Okay. Now we'll go to our prefabs and we'll turn this rebinding thing instead of a text mesh pro, we'll get rid of it and we'll add a stupid little text component here. Ew, ugly. That's fine. Oh, but you could do rich text. Isn't that nice? Action name. Oh my fucking god. Alright, cool. Do the same thing with the binding. Get rid of our beautiful text mesh pro. Add a stupid text to it. Make it nice and gross. Best fits. Okay. Now let's reapply all of these here. Now, what's next, Mr. Video Man?
the Unity, and you see at the error we had, it basically complained that we cannot rebind an action, in this case the fire action, because it is still enabled. The reason of this is, when you're trying to rebind it, Unity can only handle it if it's not the active map. This is often the case though, where you actually want it to be active, or you have to switch between the UI or the control scheme. So how do we fix this? If you go to the writer, there are a couple events that we can actually take care of. So first, remember the method called start interactive rebind. Let's quickly add there a line to disable particle action.
Start interactive rebind.
So go end action, dot action, dot disable.
Okay. Action, disable.
Now it should be disabled. Of course, this is only one part of the file because you need to enable it once again so you can actually fire the button. The second thing we need to do is enable it once again. There's a method called void cleanup. This is the perfect method to just add.
Void clean up.
Our action enable. So you go underscore action.
That's the only place that has. Yeah, this is the only one. Okay.
Dot action, dot enable. Click save and go back.
Alright. Action.enable.
Go back to Unity. This should already make our rebinding work. You can see I can still move around the F keys. Basically, still firing. I click on the button. No errors. I press V for number 5. Now you can see that where the fire button is rebind with V. Then we have UI inputs.
We missed the setup
Rebind
stuff.
and then instructions on what he or she needs to do. Nothing here is set up info. So how we get this working? We go to our rebinding, click add components. We can add a script called rebind action UI. Here we have all of
Right, we need to set up these rebinding things here. So let's go back to this. The action label, this one. The binding text, this one. Rebind overlay. Is
so
that
let's start right away. First thing first is the action. This is the thing we actually rebind. For example, in our case, let's say the fire action. We can just drag and drop it in. And
Sure.
the next thing is a binding. What's important here is we currently only have keyboard and mouse setup, but if you, for example, have controls support, like
Yeah.
controls or something, you can set here if you want to controllers or for example, in our case, since we set only keyboard and mouse setup, you can see the default binding is F, like I told you earlier. This like just you can play with basically how you will show the fire action. Then we have UI inputs. Important to note here is text, not text controls. If you want to change the text row, just go inside the script and change text to text row is used. So action label is basically the action we have. In this case, fire and label. This is the one I said earlier. This is the preview of what the labels we got. So let's just then. And binding is just the binding. The rebind overlay is the image you want to show when you actually start rebinding. This is all we mentioned earlier. And then the
Gotcha. Okay. So the binding text is actually this one, and then the rebind overlay, we're gonna have to set all of those individually. Okay. That's fine. That's a big inspector. All right. These are all still okay. They're still there. All right. Cool. So now for all of these, we can't do that. Multi-object editing not supported. Okay. Can I do it like this? No, I cannot. Let's drag that overlay into every single object individually. It's my favorite thing to do in Unity is tedious dragging and dropping. And now let's do the same thing again, but with the other value. It's a text mesh pro, silly me. I can't use things that we've been using for years. Rebinding text. Boink. Does that look all right? Yeah, that looks fine. Zoom. Zoom. Burp.
text for rebind text is also just the binding overlay. The second thing we need is actually trigger this. These videos basically the button on itself, so just add button, and then we can do only action where you just go to rebinding, and we call inner rebind action UI a function called start interactive rebind. If you know, start the
Okay. So now let's go to our prefab here and add a button. How about a button? All right.
binding, and we call inner rebind action UI. For rebind text is also just the binding overlay. The second thing we need is actually trigger this. These videos basically the button on itself, so just add button, and then we can do only action where you just go to rebinding, and we call inner rebind action UI a function called start interactive rebind. If you know, start.
Okay, cool. This, rebind action UI, start interactive rebind.
There'll be a couple things. First of all, the fire and F, they will be filled in. By default, rebind is safe like this. Before you should see your.
We'll see if that works. Oh, cool, it does. I was about to say, God damn it, it doesn't, but it does. Okay.
enable interaction button on the side. If we click it, you can see an error. Unity samples are great. So let's quickly open the script, make some changes, and add functionality for stable loading. Alright, so now when it's open, we can start making script. As you can see, it's a very long script, and honestly,
Let's try if I were to click this and then boink. It doesn't work.
I should be going to see it in this style. Sorry. And as you can see, there are a couple of important things here. First, you can see like I mentioned that we use text almost everywhere. Everything is text control, everything is text and just keyboard. Now, if you go back to Unity, and you see the error we have, it's basically complaining that you don't rebind action. In this case, it's fire action, because it's still linked. The reason this is, when you're trying to rebind it, you can only handle it, it's not active. Now, this is often the case though, where you actually want to deactivate, or you have to switch to the UI or play control. So how we fix this? To the right, there are a couple of methods that we can actually take care of. So first, we learn a method called starting rebind. Let's quickly add there a line to disable party action. So we go end_action, .action, .disable. Now we should disable. Of course, this is only one part because we need to enable it once again, so we actually fire the button again. The second thing we do is enable it once again. There's a method called void cleaner. This is the perfect method to just add our action enable. So we go end_action, .action, .enable. We save and go back to Unity. This is already make our reminding work. If you can still run the F keys, space is firing, click on the button, no errors, and it's V for example 5. Now you can see the fire button is V, fire button is V, it also refires. There's still an issue. If we start the game, you can see the button is once again the F key. I assume you want to play it too.
All right, cool. So that just straight up doesn't work. Q. Okay, so now none of my actions work except for, oh, nope, they're back. Hang on. W. Yeah, that doesn't change anything. Hold on. What the fuck?
First, we go to Window, Action Manager, and then in the top left, you'll see Editors, Unity Registry. Make sure it's active and enable import commands. Once you're there, just scroll to the I for Ecosystem, and go to UI. If you add UI, just right click, go UI, and then Canvas. Unity will automatically create the system, and you have to make sure the instance is also using the system. You can basically add whatever you want, and you activate a couple things to already start.
Okay. What the fuck?
So I'll drag in my prefabs that we made for UI, and I'll cover what's inside. So I have two prefabs. One is for reminding, which will represent reminding one action. For example, when we bind 5D, this is one entry. You can see I add for a specific action. The second thing I added is an OP that uses instructions on what he or she has to do. Nothing here is set up so how we get it right. So let's start right away. First thing first is the action. This is the thing action we do. For example, in our case, let's say the fire action. We can just add it in, and that's it. The next thing is a binding. What's important here is we don't want to keyboard mouse. But if, for example, we have control support, like control support, you can set here if you want to bind controllers or for example, mouse. In our case, since we set the keyboard mouse, you can see default binding is F, like I told you earlier. These actions, you can play with basically how you will show your fire action. Then we have UI inputs. Important note here is there are all text and text rows. If you want to change the text row, just go inside the script and change text to text row used. So action label is basically the action you have, and it's fire, and it's the image you want to show. The second thing we need is actually trigger scope. These are basically the button on itself, so just add button, and then we can do one click action where we just go to reminding, and we call inner rebind action UI a function called start interactive rebind. If you know start rebind, there will be a couple things that you'll see. First of all, the fire and F, they will be filled in. Right? These are reminding because it's safe like this, but for you, we should see your action label interaction button on the side. If we click it, you can see an error. Unity samples are great. So let's quickly open the script, make some changes, and button on the side. If we click it, you can see an error. Unity samples are great. So
Great. So if I were to click on, let's say, launch positive and set it to space. Now, if I hit space, nothing will happen because it didn't rebind anything. Yeah, it's still set to left mouse button here. Why? Huh? Start interactive rebind. Is there something different? Oh. Am I doing something else? Hang on.
just that button, and then we can do one click action where we just go to reminding, and we call inner rebind action UI a function called start interactive rebind. If you know
that is not correct, or it doesn't seem correct. Start interactive rebind. There that is. We're just gonna copy paste this boy's start interactive rebind here. Bam. Action ref doesn't exist, so that's cool. Never mind then. What the fuck? Not applying changes, okay. Oh, you're kidding me. Hang on. No, not that. Problem is that I assigned an input action reference inside the editor, which created its own input action. It was not the actual input action asset. It was used in game. In my case, it was player input actions, input actions. What are you talking about? So if I go to launch field, player input, player map, what? Removing the existing perform interactive rebinding because perform interactive rebinding won't remove the previous bindings. What are you talking about? Because it is rebinding on this thing here. It's changing it. Display options. Don't use short display names. Don't omit device. Don't ignore binding overrides. No. What the fuck? It's like when I use this, it's setting it up properly. Do I have to change the wait? Which one do I have to change?
Make changes and add functionality for signaling. Alright, so now we can start tweaking. As you can see, it's a very long.
Hang on. Rebind action UI editor. No, that's not anything we need. Wait, am I changing the wrong one here? Assets, samples. Okay, we don't want this one. Yeah, that one's gone. What the fuck? Perform interactive rebind. Ew, what the heck? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Why is there a function inside this function? What are you doing? Ew. Oh. Yeah, change negative. We'll do like W. And now that doesn't change anything there. That's so weird. Huh?
And honestly, people think, I assume people think the screen reader is like really style, really I mentioned earlier, and then the text for reading my text is also just the overlay. The second thing we use is actually create a These videos basically use a button to itself, so just add a button, and then we can do one click action where we just go to rebinding, and we call in our rebinding action UI a function called start rebinding.
All right, this is bullshit. We're scrapping it all. Spending too much time on it. Do. Git add star git stash. We will just hard make our own with different maps. Reload. I will spend less time doing that than I will anything else. Okay. Reload, get rid of it all. I don't want it. So, we got player controls. We got these things. I mean, fuck it, right? I can probably just add those functionality keys and we can tinker around with them, because this really was kind of just made to be messed around with a little bit, and then we decide what we like best. So, okay. We want left and right, eh? Yep, so we got both of those, left, right, A, D. And now we want the change polarities to either be Q, D, W, S, up, down. Okay. Let's just do positive polarity, negative polarity. So we'll just add here, like add binding. Give me some music back. I need some sanity. So positive can be Q and W. Negative can be E and S. E, S. Okay. And then we'll also want up and down on these. This one, up arrow. This one, down arrow. Okay. So now I should be able to do something like boink. Nope. Uh-oh. This isn't doing anything. That's not launching anything. Hang on. Whoa. Launch. We don't need launch anymore. Launch doesn't do anything, right? Yeah, launch doesn't do anything. We don't need this one anymore. Delete. Oh, we didn't save it, is the thing. That's what we need to do. Ips. Boink. If I were to do this and go boink, there's just something that doesn't feel natural about this. Oh my god. Because, like, WASD and the arrow keys, to me, read as, like, a directional thing. So now if I were to do WASD and I could, like, launch with Q. I don't like it. I don't like it. Versus like, maybe I'm just like biased, but I don't know. This just feels more natural to me. Maybe I'm... Nope, these are the same directional things. Oh, shit. No, fuck that up. Wait. Wait. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't think the keyboard's the way to go to make this thing function. Alright, well, we have the bindings there, and that took like 5 minutes as opposed to the 3 hours it would have taken me to follow that tutorial. Let's change the instructions here. We'll do A, left, rotate, counter, clockwise. And then we have D, right, rotate, clockwise. Maybe this one should be first, eh? And we'll just move this over here a little bit. Then it's gonna be left mouse button slash Q slash W slash up. Launch positive. Right mouse button slash S slash E slash down. Launch slash change negative. And this one will be launch slash change positive. Maybe this would be better, eh? Can I do something like this? Does this work? No. I need to do B slash B. There we go. B slash B. B slash B. Da-da-da. Actually, these lights don't need to be this bright. I don't need to chroma key anything. Why am I blinding myself here? I don't need to be that bright. Okay. let's change these global variables here. Magnetic force be like 4. Let's make it 5. And then I think the radius can just be 1. Max velocity 7. Engine force 5. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. Oops, I see an oopsie. Get that space out of here. Pew. Pew. Love it. Okay. So now let's make the fuck it, let's commit this. Every little bit counts. New defaults for global variables, updated controls label. Okay. So now I think we just want to add a little bit of like acceleration to the ring movement. So how do we want to do that? I think we can comfortably say that the rotation speed is going to be 175 degrees. So now we want to accelerate to that. Ooh. How do we want to do this here? Shared some of Magus on Discord, usual deal. Hopefully, does my sensor still work? Boink. It does. Look at that. Cool. Oh, uh-oh. Oh boy. Oh dear. Oh, okay. I see what you're doing here. Do I? I'm assuming I can't really see it. These tracks, are you... Okay, you're not generating them. You're not like generating them behind you or anything. Looking pretty neat, but the physics on that train do look like suffering. You have my condolences. You're generating them behind it? Because I don't see it. Like, especially when you turn around and I'm watching this train move, I'm not seeing stuff get generated. Unless I missed it at the beginning or something. Because obviously you didn't hand place these tracks, but I don't know where they came from. It doesn't come behind the one you are right now because freaking mesh. Yeah, dude, I've had a buddy who did a project that had like some dynamic mesh construction stuff. He wanted to make like a car, like a go-kart customizer sort of thing, like almost like a Happy Wheels kind of game. And it required like some dynamic mesh creation for like the levels and stuff, and it looked like a nightmare. Okay, so how did I do? Let me check something here. I did some very basic accelerations for the Celeste character controller. Move direction, max move speed, acceleration per frame, frames acceleration. Alright, can I see? What did we do here? Ore? Accelerate movement. Oh, it's in the run state. Okay. Doop, doop. Get that out of here. This one. Run state. Accelerate movement if the current move speed is less than that. All right, so this will just be happening every fixed update. Oh, I see. Okay. Rotate clockwise. This is happening in update, and it's being hit by a time.delta time. I see. Okay, I see. So we'll just set this to like max rotation speed, and then private float current rotation speed. Casually copying the entire project in the same folder before going off to bed. Dude, oh my god. Godspeed, man. That sounds horrific. Good luck with that. It's just one of those jams. Okay. Yeah, my original version control was Google Drive. Way back in the day. Okay, so if I want to accelerate to this, or 175.25 seconds. Right. Acceleration per frame. Oh, I see. It's easy. So 0.25 divided by 0.02 is going to be about 12 frames. I see. So if we want 12 frames, Project Final V2 really final March 20th. Dude, I had some weird ass names for my projects in Google Drive source control mode. Let's say we want it to get up to speed in 10 frames here. So that's going to be 0.2 seconds. Or, so 175 divided by 10 is going to be 17.5. I don't know why I typed that into a calculator, but here we are. So rotation per frame, or let's do Acceleration per frame. 17.5. Okay. And then for this, oops, fuck. If current rotation speed is less than that max rotation speed, then we'll just accelerate a little bit. Plus equals acceleration per frame. And we'll do the same here. All we'll need to do is make sure we set it back to 0. Current rotation speed. Current rotation speed. And also, well, hang on. No, I think I need to do this here. Rotation. Zip. And now we just need to detect when we change directions. Ba-ba-ba-ba-da. So how do we want to do that? I don't think we can rely on... Hang on. First of all, well, let me just do this real quick. What happens if we hold both at the same time? Alright, so if we press the other one, it doesn't stop the first one from going through. And that makes sense because I think we're doing an if-else for this. Yeah, so left will always take priority. So even if I hold right and then I hit left will still take priority. Okay, in that case then, and it would be the opposite if I took out that else. So I need to detect when we change directions. Otherwise, this will basically just accelerate once and then never again, because I need to reset the current rotation speed back to 0 the moment we hit a button. So maybe it's just like the moment I hit it. So let's do. So I guess we'll just do this then. Set acceleration. Or like reset. Then we'll just do this. Controls manager to add performed action. Left. You also need to have that context. You always gotta have the context. then we'll do the same thing for right. And then we got to remove them. Action, I gotta remove you. She's doing a little thing where she'll eventually just like conk out and just head hits the lap. All right, let's see if this works. That's taking a little. I think it's taking a little too long to ramp up. Let's say we want it done in 5 frames. Huh? So. Do. That doesn't really feel all that much different. Oh well. What? Oh. I think I want it to come out faster. Get rid of all this shit. Let's go back to our global variables here. Get rid of debug, get rid of setting slider value, global variables. This force, engine force. Fuck it, let's set it to 10. Shit's gonna be moving fast. Bring this back down. And then let's hear what I sound like. I'm a little quiet compared to the music, so we'll just bring that down. Bring it down just a little bit. Pew. Pew. Yeah. Okay. We need to update our sliders here. Magnetic force. That's going to default to 5. Bam. Get you. Oh, radius. Gonna default to 1. Engine force. Let's default that shit to 10. And then this one, 7. Fuck it. Bam. Maybe that's too much, actually. Let's set that shit back down to 5. Okay. That's kind of neat. That's kind of neat. What did I even change here? Oh. Push all that stuff up. Right. Let's try and change how the ring rotation works. We'll add like a toggle here. UI toggle. Look how cute. Oh, and I bet it's using a text label, isn't it? What a stupid thing. What a stupid thing you just did. Mouse rotation. What was that? Ew. Why is all the text highlighted like that? It's not highlighted for this, just this. Ew. Horizontal mapping, character line. No, character. What's different here? What's different? Ah, whatever it is. I don't like it. I don't like it. And now I can't even see. Oh, it's just tiny. Why? Why? It's as big as it can get. Oh my god, are you serious? Fuck it. Fuck it, fine. We'll use text for your toggle. We'll use it. Don't kill me. Mouse rotation. Best fit. 300. Can I change it to something not gross? All right, that'll be good enough. Why is the toggle anchored there? I don't like it. Let's see. There we go. Okay. Public bool mouse rotation is going to be false. So we got a new global variable here. And then for this, let's do variables dot mouse mouse rotation. Sweet. I didn't make it static. I'm sorry. Okay. Now we'll just add that to the toggle here. Bam. On value changed. Launch field. Toggle mouse rotation. So if, where did it go? cool. We don't have it here. Launch field. Open that up, please. There we are. If global variable, oh, come on now. Global variables, that mouse rotation is equal to false, then we do the normal thing. Else, we do track with mouse. So this dot rotate. Come on now. To mouse position. I am so sorry, baby. But you're getting so comfy too, but I have to pee. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, baby. But I have to pee. Come on. You can nap on my lap once I get back, okay? Oh, it breaks my heart. I'm sorry. Get up. Point. Check the Discord. Me food quick, says Andrew. That's fine. Okay, so now we need the logic to rotate to the mouse position. And how do we want to do that? It'll basically be from the center point, wherever the mouse is, it'll draw like a ray out to that direction, and then that's where it should be. Hang on. I think the, let me see here. This is the launch field. So, it's at 0. Let me see this here. Launch fields. Oops, I have a camera pointed at my crotch right now, don't I? Yes, I do, because there's no cat. Let's get rid of that. Boink. She might come back soon. She is currently grouching on the desk right next to me. Okay, so the up vector for this, I see. So I think all I need to do is set the launch field's up vector. Well, hang on. What am I rotating here? I think I'm rotating the launch fields. Like the whole launch field here. No. I'm rotating the ring. Yeah. Yes, I'm rotating the ring. So, the ring's up vector. So I basically just have to rotate the rings, change the ring's up vector to be the negative of like the center here and my mouse's position. So let's see here. I shouldn't need to raycast this. Hang on, I think I got this here. Direction vector is going to be equal to let's see, what would be, so hang on, input that mouse position, that's going to be world or pixel coordinates. Okay. That's what, screen space, and I think I'll probably just want it in like viewport space. So we'll just do camera, main, screen point to screen to viewport point. I think should be fine. Right, that'll be a vector 3, but that's fine. Do 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 do. So it'll be that minus 0.5, like the middle of the screen. So that would be, hang on, viewport point. Okay, so it'll just be vector 3.1 times 0.5. How about that? So this ring, right? Ring transform. Yeah. Up vector will be equal to new vector 3. Direction vector x, negative direction vector dot y. And that should be fine. Okay. And then for this toggle here, we also have to just have gross. Mouse rotation toggle. This toggle equals get component toggle value. Nope, not on value change. We want is on. Yeah. There we go. Hang on. Oh, I didn't set it, son of a bitch. Oh, okay. Well, it's, I don't know why. It should be set to false right off the bat, so hang on. Oh, I didn't save this. If mouse rotation is false, which it should be, otherwise we rotate the mouse position. This is odd. I mean, mouse rotation's working, which is nice, but okay, cool. And now if I turn this on, what is going on here? Debug log error. Mouse rotation plus global variables. Mouse rotation. All right. Boom, 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 boom. Boo-doo-doo-doo. Boo-doo-doo-doo. All right, so mouse rotation's false. That's correct. Now, if I were to click this, mouse rotation is still false, and that is because I didn't change this. Mouse rotation toggle. Wait. It's a public variable. Okay. Oh, here we go. Boink. Mouse rotation toggle, toggle mouse rotation. There. Now it should work. See, I don't know why it's default to true here when it's literally off right now. Hang on. I guess I should do this. Toggle is on. All right, mouse rotation's off. Let's turn it on. Whoa. And now it's on. Okay. That doesn't seem too bad. How's it going? It's going pretty good. I've been fiddling around with some like controls and shit like that. I'm still not convinced that mapping all this stuff to the keyboard is a good idea, but we got the options for it. And now I can also turn on and off mouse rotation, which is nice. So now we can either navigate with A or D or left or right, and we can shoot a positive charge with either W or Q. And we can use Q and E to change it, or we can use W and S to change it, or we can use up and down to change it. None of them feel as good as this, though, like using my mouse to do this stuff, personally. But we'll see if I'm the only one who thinks that. Let me check something here. Slider keeps changing when I click Unity. The inspector, I set navigation to none. Okay. Oh yeah, we shouldn't have any navigation on this thing. None. And then also for each of these sliders, settings slider, slider, navigation, none. Where's the navigation? There it is. None. Is this 48 or 72? Oh my god, 72 hours. I would not be fiddling with the controls this much if this were a 48-hour thing. Okay. Pew. Oops. Pew. Shoo. Alright. We got a bunch of controls here. Let's build it up. Why is it saying it's not saved? Save. Or whatever. Are the colors supposed to be attracted to the same color? Yes. It's easier to parse that way, we discovered. We thought, fuck actual physics and actual magnets. Let's just have magnet-like mechanics. But the amount of mental strain it took to remember not only what color you were, but what color is attracted to that was so much easier when those colors matched. So magnet enthusiast is going to be so. We're not going to call them magnets. We're going to be calling it attracted to certain vibes, you know. So they can suck it. All right, we're still importing some stuff here. Yeah, they're magnets. Thank you, boats. All right. Why is this thing still cannot build player while the editor is importing or compiling scripts? Okay. Well, it's not. Oh, it is compiling scripts still. Okay. Well, it doesn't look like it's doing that right now. May I see? This one's probably going to be another long build because I ran into a stupid issue where I had to delete my library folder, so now it's going to have to build it from scratch. Maggienet. Sure, save it. Vibes-based trains. You goddamn right, baby. Here's a good indication of what the vibes are. they're really leaning into that Thomas the Tank Engine face that I just pulled out of thin air. I think these are just conceptual things, though. I love this face. It's a vibe. Alright. This is gonna take a while. Uh-oh, that's dangerous. We're on the front page of the Down to Jam site. That's not ideal. Are you just building to hand to the Reds for testing? Yeah, just to see what they think. We still haven't found a way to move around the ring that sort of satisfies Andrew. I'm still not 100% sure what he's looking for with that. I think the main thing that he could point to is the fact that like we would move the ring with our left hand and then control the polarity of the train with our right. But it felt like most of the time our left hand was kind of just doing nothing after we set the spot and then hit it. We'll see if that changes if we turn this into an all mouse game where you can aim with the mouse and then you can launch and change polarity with the left and right mouse button. We'll see. I gave him a bunch of options to move the ring around, so you can either play entirely on keyboard or entirely on mouse or some combination of the two, and we'll see what they like the best. They do not have Unity to pull your latest updates rather than building over and over. Steven has it, but Andrew doesn't have Unity. And I think it's just nice for me to, outside of this initial build, it's nice for me to at least build regularly to make sure that the game still works in WebGL. So it's also kind of like a regular vetting process for me. Plus, I can upload it to itch, and then basically this secret link that's pinned here will always update. So anyone in chat can also play it and give feedback, which has been pretty valuable. The last thing that we ever want to encounter is the hours leading up to the end of Jam and we build for the first time and realize that there's some sort of major issue that only happens in builds, which is not an uncommon thing to happen. Or like, oh shit, this game isn't as performant on WebGL as we expected. Now we have to make some massive changes. We've gotten pretty good at making WebGL builds these days though, so like we don't run into those issues as much, but it's always important to check. It was actually especially important to check during Sandwich because we were constantly vetting the performance of it to make sure that it still ran okay on WebGL. And there was several builds that just ran like a slideshow on WebGL, but were fine on Windows. So we had to make some optimization improvements so that it could run okay on WebGL. So I think regular building like this is definitely worthwhile, even if sometimes it'll take 5+ minutes to run the initial build. After that, it's like maybe a minute to 2 minutes a build. But I had to clear my Unity cache for something earlier in the stream, so it's got to do this again. Also, I think it'd be cool to have a tiled track pop up behind your train. I can stay persistent so you can see where you've already tried. Oh, maybe. Yeah, that could be an interesting idea. So we'll be having a train that is being represented by like a trail, in a Unity trail, and then Steven is wondering if we could lay down train tracks as the train moves as a line renderer, and then those will stay consistent during multiple like train launches. I wonder if that would make the visuals too busy. We would just have to make sure that the tracks don't look too harsh, but that would be kind of neat. Maggie. All the controls. Alright, let's upload this. Actually, I think I can just click the edit game. Upload file. Save. New page. Oh, we don't want these downloadable. Let's just hide these. Boink, 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 boink. Save. There we go. You probably only want to show the last X number of tries. Yeah, definitely. Ugh. It's always those edge cases that are like 80% of the work. Mouse rotation's on. I wish I could just like not have this happen. All right, cool. Zoom. So this is what it kind of looks like with mouse rotation. It'll basically follow relatively where your mouse is. It's not 100% accurate, but it'll get the job done. And then it just goes pew. Oops. Pew. Pew. Zip. That's still fun. That's still fun. I like it. I don't know. I think I still prefer this, honestly. Oh shit, I fucked it up. Wait. 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 Oh, messed it up. Pew. 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 Ooh, close. Yeah, I do think having like a goal net with a bunch of different point values is probably going to be the way to go. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. All right. I found my preferred control scheme. But we'll see what the Reds think. I always seem to have a build ready when Andrew goes out for food. Baba da booby.
Boo da boppity.
Give me that.
Zoppity.
We have a fuck ton of controls now.
Oh, baby.
Choose
Shit.
your favorites.
Oh, my.
So,
My favorite is your least favorite.
well,
Which one do you like?
no. So we also have a new toggle called mouse rotation, which will rotate the ring based on the position of your mouse. And then
Wow.
we have rotating maps to A, D, left, and right. We have launching and changing the polarity of things maps to left mouse button, Q, W, up, right mouse button, S, E, and down.
My God.
Pick whatever is your favorite. You can have everything on the keyboard. You can have everything on the mouse. You can have everything on your left hand. You can have everything on your right hand. It's your playground.
Nice. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm gonna understand people not wanting to have to use a mouse, but I'm using it right now and I like it.
Like
I can
pure
get over that.
mouse, like with the rotation and everything.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Like I can take my left hand away from the keyboard.
Mm-hmm.
It's throwing me off because it makes me want to keep moving the ship after I launch it, and that's just it's just like I'm shooting a thing, and that's like what I associate with a mouse of being able to aim constantly and not being able to do that is kind of throwing me off.
You're waiting to shoot another one. Yeah.
Right. Honestly, I think A and D to rotate, and then W and S to like change polarity is my favorite, weirdly enough.
Ew.
Because it feels like you're kind of jumping a little bit.
Okay. Which one you said you like A and D to rotate?
All left hands. So A and D to
left
rotate,
hand,
and then
baby.
WS to shoot and
To shoot polarity, to change polarity. It just feels more like I'm like jumping a character,
interesting.
which makes more sense to me almost.
I disagree.
I mean, that's fine. You're allowed to
The other
disagree
one
with me. I'm just saying.
The other one
Mouse
is
feels
better.
weird, and I don't like Q and E.
What
Oh,
do you
Q and E
think?
for- Oh, Q and E also. Okay, so
Yeah.
Q and E to change polarity.
Mhm.
Hmm. I think if I had to choose on the keyboard, I think the W and S is better than Q and E. But that I'm also not a PC master of controls, so like me going to Q and E.
At least that sounds like the one thing that we can agree on is that Q and E to
That
me
you're
feels
not a
like
PC.
Q and E feels like ass
Q and E is garbage.
because there's like a directionality to it that I don't like. There's like weirdly enough, like it feels like I'm trying to move left and right when I hit Q and E, but I don't feel that when I use like left and right mouse button. That's like separated enough in my brain where I like don't.
I like
feel
left
that.
and right mouse button for changing polarity. I'll
I
say
do.
that.
That's my. Unfortunately, my personal favorite is what we originally had. I don't like any of the other alternatives personally. I'm fine with having like the mouse rotation be like an option if people want it. I'm kind of like I kind of like mouse rotation, but at the same time, it still feels a little bit janky
Oh, really?
for reasons
Okay.
that Steven sort of said. But that might come down to like a personal taste sort of thing. I think it's fine to have the option just to like. There's nothing wrong with having your game be like single hand accessible. Like that's something that sometimes people actually do need to play a game. So it's like we have the option here. We might as well like
How do we
keep
make
it keep it as an
no-hand
option.
accessible?
Get one of those like what are
I'll
those
put
things
my
called,
feet.
like puffing things. Like people can play. There's controllers where like you blow and suck air, and then those are different
Oh.
inputs.
Well, that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
How do we do that?
First buy one.
Okay.
And then give one to every person in your audience.
Found a kind of cheaty method that make you want to put obstacles in the center.
What, are you just like mashing the button to make it fly straight or something?
Oh yeah, maybe. So if I were to like do,
You can kind of do it, but it's,
you absolutely can. It's really
Yeah,
easy.
it's just if there's just a straight shot in general, but
Yeah.
that doesn't necessarily mean we have to put something in the center. We just can't put anything where it's just like literally a straight path from point A to point B.
Right. Or honestly, if you just up the magnet
Just
radius,
Yeah,
turn up the magnet radius to 2 and try and do that, fool. Let me see.
that's I just did that. Yeah.
Yeah, try and do that now,
Good
asshole.
luck, cheesers.
It's not working.
Devs, fix the game.
Jared is broken. Well, maybe you just need to mash it faster.
Oh, did that work for you?
Nope, it doesn't work.
Can't happen.
And I was mashing it.
He's just meshing it.
It's just mashing it.
Hoi. Zoink.
Oh, it kind of actually worked, but
Oh.
not in a straight line, obviously.
Right.
But I managed to get over there without touching a thing.
Oh.
It's just a little more squiggly. And I think the sound effects are right.
And we can also sort of circumvent that by either having I'm still a big fan of like the skee ball esque like goal tiers, as well
Yeah.
as maybe adding some like multiplier collectibles or something.
Yeah. I also was thinking I don't know if you saw this message here, but putting the tracks that
So
you lay behind always there, and that could be a
Yes.
line render.
I have some thoughts. That does sound super cool. Some considerations.
Uh-huh.
We're gonna want to make sure that the tracks don't look like too harsh or obtrusive, because we don't want that to clutter like the visual clarity of the arena. And 2, Roka pointed out, we'll probably want to save like the previous X number of tries for that, so that like it doesn't completely overload.
Yeah, we can
the
just like
map.
start clearing them after a while.
Yeah. Those would be my only 2
I get
things.
there.
Because when I saw that in the message, like, oh, that's pretty cool, and then I'm just trying to think of like, okay, now how could this fuck things up? So
Sure,
the only
yeah.
things that I could think of are just like visual clarity and drawing too many of them at once.
Right.
But that's about it. I like the idea, and it would be super easy to do because we already have the line renderer, and you're just going to replace the
I'm gonna replace
train thing
part
with the track
trail,
anyway,
and then
so-
the line render will be the track. and
Yeah.
then-
So for the most
it's just a
part, that
matter of-
shit's going to be free. We're just going to
Yeah, the track itself will just be a matter of you telling it to not go away, which I think the line render also already just doesn't.
It is.
Until it gets
It's
destroyed, but you have
it's
to
connected.
that.
It's connected to. Oop! I got it to stick.
You have
It's
to disconnect it from it after.
yeah. It's connected to the train, and I'll probably just. I think I can just disconnect it on destroy. Like I'll just disconnect the because it's a child object. I at least had the foresight to do that and not put all of the components on a single parent object.
Smart.
Yes. So I can just basically just attach it and then destroy the train, and that's basically all we'll need to do. But I
Even
think
if it just shows the last one that you did.
sure, but I think having a really like we're not gonna want the train track to be like the most clear thing on the
Nah,
map.
it'd be like a little like ghosty looking track.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
it
like
doesn't need
that.
to
I
be
like
like
that.
super opaque and thick.
For sure, for sure.
It just needs to be like the suggestion of a train track.
Right. just like we're using the suggestion of magnets here.
Yeah. Hey, listen, magnets got us here. That's all we can say.
We're going based on vibes right now.
Yeah, dude.
That's
It's
all.
all vibes.
It's all vibes.
All vibes all the time.
Good vibes, nice vibes.
We'll
one might
definitely need
say.
to put a just like control reminder for left click being red and right click being blue
Yes,
sort of thing. for
some
people,
something
just-
something
Just
to
be
like
there all the time.
yeah.
something because I find it that like if people can see that that's a thing, it's hard to
Absolutely.
fuck it up. I
It's
guess.
the same thing of just like lowering that like mental load. They don't really have to remember which
yeah,
one
it's
is
just
which.
like in the
It's
corner
just
of their eye,
there.
they're like, oh right, left is red, right is blue, and that's
Yeah.
just always a thing.
Yes, sir. I think it says a lot that I have not changed the level in the slightest, but I'm still just like kind of mindlessly doing
I know,
this.
yeah, it's fun. Oh,
Zip.
I almost got stuck. What?
Huh.
Yeah, and I
Okay,
think
honestly, the entire time I've been playing this, I have been just using mouse controls, weirdly enough, and I know I didn't like
Oh,
it
really?
at the beginning, but I don't mind it anymore.
like I said, I think that's one that I'm willing to just like
Just have it
have as an option. People can do whatever they want with it.
Yeah,
Um,
because I think all I know for sure is that left click and right click for changing polarity is like by
It's-
far the best.
it
That
just
don't-
makes
that don't
sense
do
to me.
It does.
And I think the separation between the left and right mouse button and A and D kind of works for me. I couldn't really articulate it, but what you said, Steven, kind of makes sense of just like now it doesn't feel weird that I can't move the ship when
Right.
when I'm doing that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's kind of weird having like two completely separate types of controls
Uh-huh.
on the same thing. I don't know.
That's why I didn't like the WASD though for
Right.
moving.
So
moving
that's
the
why
ship.
I say let's just keep mouse rotation, because like I'm at best like 50-50 on it, but
Uh-huh.
I'm still just playing like default mode and having a great time. Other people can have a great time with the mouse rotation. It's fine.
Huh?
No,
And we might even like
my magnetic force isn't strong enough to.
if we
The crescent.
keep that mouse rotation option, we'll probably be able to play this on mobile devices too.
Oh,
Because right click on a mobile device is just 2-finger tap.
2 fingers.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Although, the only thing that would be different, actually we can't, because mobile devices can't detect hover inputs, which is basically what this mouse
Oh,
rotation.
this is a hover input.
Yeah, you're not
We'd
holding.
have to,
You're not
we'd have to
holding
make a
down
new
to.
control scheme just for it.
Well, it would know.
Yeah.
It would recognize the click though, like in the location of the click. Could
It
it
would just
not?
snap to that.
Could it not assume based on where you click where the?
How would you
location is?
differentiate between a click to reposition and a click to launch something?
Click to reposition.
Right. So if you want to click somewhere on the screen, and it's like, oh, you want to launch a red orb? Let's go, or a red train.
Oh, you wouldn't. You would just like if you click, you're launching.
Oh, I see. So you would just click somewhere on the ring, the rocket would
Yeah,
snap to that
that's-
position
that's-
and launch.
That's the limitation. Is you're not going to like line it up and then shoot. You're gonna just shoot and then hope that it's shooting where you think it's gonna shoot. So that's the limitation. So it's
Yeah.
not like a glowing review of mobile. It's just like I
Sure.
think it would technically work.
Actually, maybe. Yeah, that could potentially work because it's checking for this like on the update loop. So
Can we just add an arbitrary like enter your name here so then we can't do mobile? Like some other games we have?
well, the
Wait,
only
we have a
reason
leaderboard, so
the only reason that we can't is because you can't. There's no logic to be able to open up like a phone's keyboard. There's logic to open up a phone's keyboard on an app, but not if it's running in a WebGL game browser.
Right.
That's the only difference.
there's got to be some API out there that'll let you do that.
Probably,
I mean,
but
it's
it's
just make
probably
it
jank.
an app form essentially. Would be
What we could do is like I don't know, have like a random name generator or something.
Sure.
Just be like,
I'm
generate
on mobile,
a name.
Just generate a name.
Yeah, just like a button. Just be like, random name. All right.
I'll write the list. I'll write the list of
Even to make the list. Yeah.
All right, Pomo Pussy. Enjoy your time with the game.
It feels targeted. Why am I the only one getting that name?
Random names.
Yeah, I'll keep these. I feel like we're really zoning in on a good set of values for like the 4 variables that we have here, but I'll keep them up just in case we want to keep tinkering with them. I think the original default magnetic radius is like 1.5, but I've been playing on it with 2 and I kind of like it.
I'm thinking 2's pretty good.
Yeah, but
I like it being pretty reactive.
I think it moves at a pretty fast rate. Like the defaults, maybe the one thing that I might look into a little bit more is maybe tweaking the engine force a bit so that it's like forward velocity is a little better. I actually, you know what? I think the engine force at the very least should be larger than the magnetic force. I think that's why I'm getting stuck in certain places. Maybe I'll change it to like 7 or something. That might be too much. Yeah, I'll if anything, I'll tweak the forward engine force, but I like the max velocity is nice. The magnets feel pretty snappy and important.
Yeah. When would y'all want to go over like what we consider like the minimum game loop? Take an account for what's left, and if we think that that's what the minimum is, it's still good.
I think maybe now would be a good time to settle on a goal that we're trying to accomplish. I am of the opinion that we have like skee ball goalposts with some multiplier collectible things on it.
So like collect some things to get your multiplier up, and then send it into
a tiered goal, which is also a multiplier.
Although, but I think we'll have to add at least one more element to it to make it like so that people can compete, and there's not an easy way to just get like the highest score. And
well, because you would just spend time going.
All you would need to do is get all the collectibles and hit the bullseye, and anybody who's capable of doing that will get first place. So maybe a time
in addition to that.
Yeah.
Or just like, we track their style points.
Yeah, you could have time, you could have, and I'm not saying we should do all of these, but we can score based on time, the number of times they've switched polarities, how many things that they've collided with. Of all of those so far, I think time's the only one that really makes sense.
Would be switching polarity less amount of times be worth more points? Because I feel like you could just cheese it if you're just like...
No, yeah, I think so. The more you switch polarity, the more your score gets like depleted.
Down.
Yeah. But I don't know. that one seems hard to like actually
I probably
try and
that one.
get skill for. But
Yeah.
like time seems to be like a no-brainer one for me, because there could be like paths in our levels that we don't even think about that somebody could find to grab all the collectibles and eke in like that first place slot.
It's definitely like anyone can get all the collectibles, but the skilled players can get them fast.
Right. Or they'll find some sort of cheeky secret strat that we never think about, and it's like, oh, this is absolutely.
Would we want to do some sort of Aloft type thing where feasibly you could not get all the collectibles, and just by having a fast time you can still win? Maybe, I don't know.
Maybe, yeah.
Depends on how the points break down.
That's why I'm trying to think about like what other variables there could be.
Yeah.
I'm also kind of thinking that having like a range of points in there, I don't know, it doesn't. It's definitely difficult to hit the target, but it's not like this overly like that's a Pomo game to hit the target.
Sure. But we can make something that's the size of that target be worth the most points, and then still have like some like consolation areas there, you know.
As well, it's pretty easy to get it over there.
Feels-
It's hard to get
it
it
just
like
feels-
spot on sort of deal.
It feels like it'll be too easy if we have this whole range out there. Like,
Well, what we can
there's
do
no,
is like,
there's no, like, because I think it should still be a challenge, kind of like a loft was. It was still a challenge just to beat a level, regardless.
sure.
But doing it quickly was what like went to the next level. I think if we
the
made a,
ranges to go out super far, it would just be sort of like a little extra. Oh, I just don't think it should be like the size of the train or anything.
no, I think that like just the target can be maybe a little bit bigger. I don't know that we need zones.
Yeah,
is what I'm
I
saying.
think you might be right. If if it is like at least mildly challenging to hit that target, then it might be enough to just say like in the your time, I guess, it took you to get there. I wonder,
Yeah.
would there be like I guess there would just be a direct correlation between like the time it took to get there and the distance traveled, right?
Yeah, I think that would be.
Would there?
Well, no, maybe not though, because there's acceleration and deceleration happening depending on how close you are to
Yeah.
certain bodies, right?
Yeah. So what would that
So
point
that
value
maybe-
be? If you lay more track, you get more points, or if you take the shortest route possible, you get more points.
I would assume shortest route possible, right?
Maybe, yeah.
I don't know why having more track would be better.
I want it to be like Rover Under, where they fill in the entire.
Yeah,
screen.
yeah, maybe like shortest route possible, and then so the things that we would score them on are time to completion, distance traveled, and the number of collectibles you get. Those will be like the big thing because it'll multiply your score. So it'll be like a multiplicative
if it's
thing.
do we want it to, if it's a time thing,
Uh-huh.
like if it's a speed thing, then maybe the things that you're collecting are like taking away time.
Sure.
So like you can go straight there, but there's also like a strategy to like pick up a thing which you have to go out of your way to get.
I mean that would essentially it could functionally just be the same as just like adding points if you're taking away time.
Oh, okay.
Right? And I don't think like we could do that as long as like the point value was like significant enough. It would probably take some tweaking and balance. I want like the collectibles to be like a obviously not a mandatory thing for players to get, but mandatory for anybody who wants to like hit the top 5 in the leaderboards or something like that. It's like you gotta hit all the collectibles and you gotta hit them fast. So like it can't be like an amount of points that can be overcome by like just doing it faster. It's like, oh, I can skip this collectible and just like do this thing fast. So that's why my mind went to like a multiplier, because that's a significant boost that you can't really compensate for. But
yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I like incentivizing going and getting those and not just for like I'm kind of slow, so this will help me make up for time.
Right. So
Because I would like to see people like speed, like super speed, go through, grab all the collectibles, and then sink it in the target.
Yeah. I'm getting sandwich vibes where I'm talking with you guys, but I've been mindlessly playing this whole time.
Yeah.
I've been playing too.
It's I always love it when a game gets to like this point.
I just start doing this thing where I'm like, all right, I got to put outlines over all the islands, so I just jump from one to the next.
Yeah, it's like a compulsive little thing.
Oh no, it's like a little time wasting thing.
It's crazy.
This is a great ADHD game.
You know what I would love to do for like a post GM version, motherfucking level editor.
Oh my god.
Oh my.
Like
goodness.
like Tony Hawk, like
Set up your own ramps.
Yeah, build your own like custom skate park sort of thing.
Yeah.
That'd be dope. But then we'd have to
Share
figure out how
with
to
the
share
community.
them and shit. Yeah.
Super Mario Maker.
It'd just be
Yeah,
just
just
a
have,
fun
like, a
thing for them
code.
to do on their own. But
Yeah. Because this
Unless-
also is like giving me a bit of like sculpt mode in Sandwich where like there's no goal, but I'm just obsessively trying to paint this area.
right. And the more islands there are, the more I'm
Yeah.
gonna do that.
Oh my goodness.
And you
Yeah,
know,
we'll have to
okay,
see
you
in
know
the
what?
layout.
It's a weird combination of Sandwich and Rover Under. That's what it is.
Yeah,
Oh my goodness.
kind of odd.
And a little bit of split decision.
And a little bit of split decision.
And Pop Shop.
Oh my god!
Oh
It's
my god, it's everything
we've
Dude,
ever made.
we've been
one
culminating into this one game.
How do we add some
Perfect.
mouthfeel into this?
Ooh, in your
Yeah.
mouth.
Just play that
Chocolate
track, but you have
Your
to
mouth. Chocolate
you have
gun.
to get a certain score. Like if you get the high score, you get the in your mouth song.
Holy split.
Yeah, that was the best part of Split Decision. Getting a holy split.
How did you even get that again?
I-
Oh, it's when you get a white
Uh,
orb into the thing.
a white orb. Yeah. Holy
Yeah,
split.
holy split.
It's also kind of mesmerizing how you can kind of just not do anything and the orb will just orbit around.
do its thing.
Yeah.
Well, it's a train on tracks now. Now this is gonna look wild with like a train of like.
Oh my
cars
god,
behind
I
it.
would love to see that track just going.
That would look pretty sweet. I think it would be even more mesmerizing.
For sure. I would love to see
Okay,
anything
so-
other than this pink line.
So, are we okay with a single target?
I'm okay with a single target. We'll definitely probably have to make it bigger.
Yes, bigger,
so-
but just like one basket kind
Yeah.
of. one
Single
end.
target, make the scoring system be based on time, maybe distance, and number of collectibles. And then that should have at least enough variability for like some pretty minute differences in like top scores that people can try and min max.
Yeah.
I think there's a ton of variable, especially like in the route that you choose around here. I mean, even if
Yeah.
people eventually find the same route, like the chances of having an identical run are like
Right, because of it's
Crazy.
literally like a deterministic sort of, or whatever you call it, non-deterministic sort of movement.
yeah.
Oh my god, you know what would be cool, Steven? I don't think we're gonna
Hmm.
do it, but your idea about like the train tracks and shit.
Yeah.
What if you saw other people's tracks?
Oh. shit.
If you can see the high score person's track.
It's
Yeah.
a golden track, and you're like, I had to.
Oh, a golden track.
How do I replicate the golden track?
Oh shit. So I'm assuming that we are going to have multiple levels, a loft style, and also a loft style. We're going to have a leaderboard for each level, right?
I would say so. Yeah.
So
Now, how many levels? I don't
reasonable?
know,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
We'll find
So
out.
here's an idea as well. As far as how we can use the negative space on the left and right, I think it would be kind of neat if we didn't have
Leaderboards.
any sort of screen that like displayed when you finish the level, because sometimes these levels can go pretty fast. Instead,
Yeah.
we would have like a leaderboard on the left side that
Updating.
updates in real time whenever you finish.
Yeah.
And
So
then
you just stay on the level and just
right. And
try
then
it.
maybe on the right side, like your latest score, right?
Yeah.
Sure.
Like similar to like what we had for Dude Ranch, where you had like your current score and then maybe like your highest score, sort of thing.
Yeah.
So we would display those, and those would constantly like update as you go, and then maybe we'll have like two buttons underneath like the scores on the right side that are like return to menu or next level.
Next level.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But all of it, like you can constantly play it without being interrupted by like a screen.
A thing just popping up.
Yeah.
I think I like that. Yeah.
I think that'd be kind of neat. What do you think, Andrew? Mr.
Yeah,
UI
I'm in.
UX?
I think I'm into that.
Okay.
Because I was trying to think of just like visual ways to fill it, and I'm like, it's really just
Yeah.
background. I do want to make like a little sprite sheet of like a little bobbing smoking gun, but
Oh, yeah.
I think that having some actual information that like is fun to look at and things that you
Right.
want to see and that keeps you playing the game is
Yeah, and you don't
really
have to
nice.
go to a separate menu to like see. It's like, oh,
Yeah.
was that a high score? Let me see. Let me find myself in the leaderboard.
Right. No, I like having that there. It makes sense.
Mm-hmm. And then also, whenever you like complete the level, you'll automatic like the leaderboard will just refresh itself, so you'll see people grabbing the top spot in real time.
Yeah. I like that. That's
Which
cool.
would be neat.
Man, if you see that and tracks appearing on your game.
Oh my god!
Yeah, you just click
and
on
then
their
and
name
then
and
player
you see the track.
ghosts.
Yeah. But you can click on their name in the leaderboard and it'll show you their best time on your Magic Ghost tracks.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
All of that stuff is legitimately cool and possible, just not in a weekend.
Not in a jam.
All right.
Yeah, so I wanted to make sure that like we talk through a game loop. That way we just know what's left. Because I think
well, that's
yeah,
at
Steven
least
will
one.
probably-
That's at least one part of it is the goal aspect of it.
The goal, yeah. So the goal is it's a single target, a little bit bigger. It's part strategy of speed. But the number one goal is speed and like being agile, moving through. But you can go straight there. But there's also collectibles, which will greatly enhance your score if you get them.
Mm-hmm.
Are the collectibles MVP?
I believe so. Yes.
I think they
Okay.
need to be, yeah.
Okay.
And they're not that hard to do. It's literally just going to be a
Okay.
collision detection, and we're just going to have to hand place them all. That's it.
Gotcha.
Auto updates. Current score on right side. Button menu. Another button appears to go to. My goal is reached first time. Okay, so I'm thinking as far as full end-to-end game loop goes, we'll have a title screen that just, either play or exit. I'll do my best to add a confirmation button on exit or when we
That
hit
would be
escape
neat.
or whatever.
I mean, if people are going to be like just like fucking whiny babies about it, then sure.
We'll put a nice snarky message during the confirmation banner that pops up. It's like, oops, it looks like you pressed escape. Did you want to exit the game? Have some
Yeah,
sort of
Clippy
like
come up.
soul funk Clippy looking like steampunk Clippy pop up, and we'll name it Pomo.
Yeah. We'll call Pokey.
Pomo the paperclip. Okay, so we'll have a title screen. You enter the game through that. That takes us to a level select screen where we can sort of scroll through the levels and pick whatever one we want. Usually for Aloft and Split Decision, we had like an intermediary screen where it showed the leaderboard and like all the information about the player's latest score and the level, a picture of the level and all that stuff. I actually think that we can skip that and go straight into the level because all of that information,
all that stuff in the
all that
level,
information
so-
will be in the level itself. So
Yeah.
we can skip that part and we'll just have them just immediately start playing the game.
Yeah.
So the leaderboard will auto update, the current score and stuff will auto update. We'll have a button underneath the current score to return to menu, and then another button to go to the next level will appear after they reach the goal for the first time. But none of it will be like interrupting gameplay. We're not going to have any like pop-ups that'll show.
Well, I need some indication that they can go to the next one in case they miss
Yes, because just a button showing up underneath there, they might not realize that.
it. We just need to draw attention to the button in some way. Like
We can make it
Or
very...
or we
a
could
big
have
pulse that goes towards the button. Just
we could have some sort of pop-up that shows up just for the first time that they ever complete a level.
yeah,
We could have that.
yeah. It's just like hit next, you idiot.
How do we want to tutorialize this stuff? Do we want to have a tutorial sequence or do we want to leave it up to UI elements?
What if we just make level 1 really, really easy?
Well, there's still, we can make it really, really easy, but we still have
Level one,
to,
no obstacles.
but they still have to know like where to put their fingers to play this game. So
Yeah.
how do we want to
think
teach that?
some
Do we want like an
UI.
interactive tutorial or just like UI elements?
some UI elements would probably be fine.
The minimum is the minimum is just images, and the next step is like animate the images so they get more attention. And then beyond that is like to start the game, you have to actually do the controls that we're showing you.
Yeah.
So it's like, where along that spectrum do you want to be? Because I think we could make level 1 like super simple, where like I don't know, we just design it in a way where like you literally are just like, okay, you see an image or whatever showing like to left click, right click, and just by following the instructions, and like the level like is kind of impossible to not beat.
Like we'll have basically a big ass.
Just be a hallway.
We can have like a big
One
ass
side red, side-
like one big ass red circle in the middle.
Yeah.
So that when they left click, it'll immediately launch the train onto that circle, and it'll just start orbiting it for as long as they want. And then we'll have just we'll have to have some sort of like UI elements like right click to change polarity, and then once they hit that, it'll just fly off.
Yeah.
So it'll literally just be like a one circle thing. And then the challenge of the level is going to be to change your polarity at the right time to hit the goal, and there's nothing else there.
I kind of like Steven's idea.
Okay, like a hallway.
Yeah, like
Then
make
you
it,
can just, like,
make it
bounce back and
impossible.
forth, just, like,
Make it impossible to die.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to like draw it.
That's one where
That might be tough because we can't like stop the player at any point. They're going to keep moving.
Oh, they're gonna roll along. Well, I wonder if you put like a little step in there. Like you will get like caught in a corner. And you have to hop. Like it'll force you to like. It's kind of like the level you made, Jared, for your idea number 3, where like since we have a little bit of that going on here.
Yeah.
Let me share my screen real quick.
Sure. Adagon says that gets 5 stars from me. I'm assuming he's talking about the escape to exit confirmation banner.
I'm
I'm not doing it for you. So
Wow. What an easy rating to get.
Okay, so like if you
Pepsi.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, actually, I thought it was like the Grateful Dead logo for a second too. I realized I thought of this only one-sided. Like it needs.
It'll need both of them there.
Both of them, but
that's actually not a bad idea. But no.
What if they
that
shoot?
Would still
What
be...
if they shoot not in the hallway? And just like you just die.
Then
you would just die immediately.
That'll teach you
And
that you're.
then you teach
you're
like
dying.
don't leave the pounds. Don't shoot directly at a thing. Like.
But yeah, like if you release a positive, it'll immediately go here and then get like stuck in this corner.
Yep.
I want to see actually if that works. Like,
well, the
maybe
thing is,
like,
though, if it gets stuck in that corner, you'll just like reverse, and then you'll hit the other corner and just go back and forth, or will it?
I feel like it might.
I would have to check.
I really don't know exactly what's gonna happen, but the basic idea is that it's impossible to lose, right? And then this is the size.
Well, maybe the thing is that like they can learn that you can reverse polarity and attach to each of these colors, and even if they keep going back and forth between these 2 notches, the solution to the game, or the solution to this level, is to toggle back and forth between them to get through the gap.
To do this.
Yeah. So they'll have as much time as they want to get used to like switching back and forth, and then it's like, all right, now I have to apply this in a creative way to get through here.
We'll need a way to, because if you're just jumping back and forth inside the corners, we need a way to kill your train.
We'll have to have a restart, right?
Oh,
and is that? I don't know if having a reset as like
a core mechanic,
part of the tutorial, a core mechanic, is a good idea.
Well,
it's just like a nice, it's just like a quality of life thing, and not like.
This is just level 1 though. Like it doesn't. It's not a separate tutorial.
It just seems weird that you kind of, if you fuck it up, you have to reset.
That's like the only level that's like that.
Yeah.
Well, it's not necessarily true. Like we don't know until we make this and fuck with the numbers if it's like if you can actually just get stuck.
I mean, if you go and get stuck in the corner and it's like a square, and you reverse the polarity, you're just gonna.
Is it certain that you go right and get stuck in this corner though?
I mean, you might even go backwards.
Oh yeah, you will go backwards. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's some way to design this.
Yeah.
Maybe we
I
just
mean, it
aren't
could literally
thinking.
just be just a straight thing, and then they get just sucked into one side. They're like, oh, what's that? And then
Or it can be like
you can just bounce back and forth, and it doesn't matter.
hang on, I'm trying to think here.
This would be like tutorial, but if you don't touch the sides at all, you get more points or something because there's just a bunch of
Like, this could be
there's a bunch of
level
things
1.
right down the center, like the multiplier collectibles.
I mean, you could have it like we could probably make the goal not completely take up the entire chasm. So at the very least, they have to reverse polarity at least once to hit that goal. But they will slide all the way to the ends of the level if they just either left click or
Just
right click
shoot
once. So
Yeah, so they'll just like, and they'll shoot through and die, and then
Yes.
they come back, and then they'll realize like, oh, I need to
yeah.
reverse polarity.
And
to
then
the
what
other
we can
side.
do for the score chasers is just put 3 collectibles straight down
In
the
the
line.
middle. Yeah, so
Oh.
if you can,
And I can totally see this. I can
hit all
totally
of it.
see this being like level 1 aloft, where they're literally trying to get like the frame perfect route to get
Oh,
there
yeah.
exactly, and it'll be on the magnitude of like milliseconds and centimeters.
I mean, yeah, because the scores are gonna be
This
so
this
similar.
one will have like the most autistic leaderboard.
This is the one where,
Well, it's
like, will
such
it
an
even be
easy
faster
one
to mash, or will it be
accomplish, but-
faster to
I
actually
don't
just,
know.
like, go to the side and
I don't
jump
know.
across, jump across, and then
Who
just
knows?
go.
That's for
Who
them
knows?
to figure out.
So yeah, this should be the only one, Steven, when it comes to like levels, right? That we should have to make custom shape for.
Yeah, I
Mhm.
mean that's fine. It's not a hard thing to do.
Like you can from this you can go right into like
So the
just
only thing that this
however you
doesn't
want.
necessarily tutorialize is movement.
well I think
Because
Y- y-
also,
I-
I guess this might be a polarizing question. Do we want mouse rotation to be on by default or an option?
well if it's on by default, I think you discover that very quickly.
You will.
If you don't, then I think we need to have like a very overt sort of graphic telling you to rotate, and you should start by not facing into the hole.
Yeah. We could have it
that-
like
that
we could
maybe-
have it be like those custom objects can have like a letter on each of them, like A on the left side and D on the right side. I feel like all they need to know is that A and D do something. Like you can put your fingers on A and D, and those are part of the controls. And then from there, as long as they touch them, then we're good. We've tutorialized.
Yeah, literally just put the tutorial images right on there.
Yeah.
You can't look away. You have to look.
Like
you have
the
to see
only
it.
the only thing that we really need is for them to know what buttons to press to experiment with. And then
Yeah.
the movement itself is self-explanatory. So as long as they know that A and D are buttons that do things in the game, then we should be good. And
Just
then
have to
left
make sure
mouse
that
button and
they
right
don't-
mouse button.
We just have to make sure that they don't like, oh, I'll try A and D now after they've shot, and then it's locked, and they're like, oh, I guess that doesn't do anything.
Yes. Maybe we can put A and D as like a UI element on the left and right side of like the launcher.
Yeah.
And then the
Right.
left and right
This-
mouse,
yeah,
the left and
this-
right mouse buttons can maybe stay on the.
Well, I would put I wouldn't put the A and D
Yeah.
up here.
What if the left and right mouse button UI don't come up until you are like lined up at least once with the opening? So you
Oh.
have to move before it tells you the other controls.
Well, that's why I think
Ooh.
it should you should start here.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can
You
totally
start there,
start
and then we have the A and D like rotating thing.
right, and then those
and
A and
then-
Ds turn into like the left and right mouse buttons when you get into the opening.
Yeah.
That would be neat.
That would be pretty slick because then we can keep the left and right mouse button like icons on there while they shoot it, so that
Mhm.
it's at least tries to communicate. It's like, hey, you can still click these things in the middle of it moving.
Right.
And then this will be the only level that does that, similarly to how like the first level of Aloft shows you the 4 buttons that you have to hit to plug the 4 holes before the game starts.
Right. But it's like pretty non-intrusive.
Yeah, and it's only the first level, and then you never see it again.
Yep.
So yeah, I think I like that, where like
That works.
you start horizontal, it shows AD, and then once it transitions over, I don't think we necessarily need. We could, if we wanted to, incorporate the left and right mouse. Nah. Maybe we would want to obscure the fact that the left and right mouse buttons do anything until it's relevant, because we don't want the first thing that the player tries to be like left or right mouse button before they hit A and D.
Yeah.
Because the first thing that
you
they'll
want
see,
the first thing
that they'll see is the biggest thing. So
Yeah.
So if they show up here with so do we want to we should prioritize one or the other so that.
So I'm saying that both of those controls will be on the left and right side of the launcher, but we'll show A and D when they are not like vertical pointing up, and then we'll show the left and right mouse button when they're within the range of like the chasm.
Landry's also talking about mouse aiming. Like,
Right.
If it's like if the mouse is active, like as soon as I get into the level,
we would just replace the UI element with a. But how do you display like mouse movement? I don't know.
I mean,
Fuck the mouse.
We could maybe just disable the A and D aspect of it, and then once they move towards the chasm, it'll be like left and right mouse button that pops up.
That's true. Because the first thing they'll do is move their mouse.
It will be, yeah.
Most likely.
Well, the first thing that any player does will either be move their mouse or try WASD. It's usually a toss up as to which one they do first, but those are at least the two that they will.
They're gonna try to move.
Also, we're gonna have the mouse option be a toggle, right? So if you're turning it on, you kind of know that you're supposed to be using it then.
Yeah.
Okay. If we want it to be a toggle, then yeah, like we should prioritize A and D, and like that's the first thing that pops up.
I think so. Yeah.
And then maybe in the menu or something is when you toggle, like, or do you want that to be in the game window?
We could maybe have that in the game window somewhere, just like similarly unobtrusive, like on the right next to like the score or something. Yeah. I don't think they'll necessarily need to go to a separate window for that.
Okay, so that's fine with me. Like we just prioritize like the full keyboard control.
Yeah.
Wait. Not full keyboard control. The mouse is still active.
The mouse is still active, and then A and D only, essentially.
A and D only. Okay.
I'm happy to keep like all of the other keyboard controls in there, and if somebody wants to experiment around, to be like, oh wait, these work, and I find these more comfortable, because they're not going to be intrusive to anything, really.
Yeah, they're not going to get in the way.
But we just won't draw attention to the fact that those are also controls.
The intended dev controls are A and D and a mouse.
The officially sanctioned controls.
Actually, full mouse control is better.
Well, actually, it's more optimal to use.
We officially sanction two control schemes. This has probably been like the most split, not just us, but also like chat has been, in terms of what feels best with the controls.
Very split. It's interesting.
Weird.
It's so simple. It's easy to kind of like formulate an opinion, but it's also difficult to articulate.
Yeah, and also I feel like it's in either sort of way. It's very easy to get used to one or the other, and then so I think I like this one then. Yeah.
Which is why I think it's okay that we sort of like prioritize one.
Yeah.
And just then like the option either exists somewhere visible in the game window or like in the main menu, there's like a controls and you can open it up and it shows you that a bunch of different controls work.
I think so there are going to definitely be some people that feel very strongly about one control scheme or the other, because I think there are some inherent advantages and disadvantages to both. A and D is going to be slower, but it's going to be a lot more precise. Like you can line up your shots like a minute level, because I added a tiny bit of acceleration to it, so you can like you can feather A and D to like really get a precise spot. But mouse controls is way faster and more convenient, right? However, it's going to be slightly less accurate, and if you jiggle your mouse at all while the ball is moving, you're not going to be in that same spot. That's not going to matter to most people. It might matter to some like hardcore score chasers. So I think having the option for
timer start
when you launch.
When you launch, okay.
When you launch, yeah.
So it's not like it's faster to get over to the angle that I want with the mouse.
No, you can set up your shot for as long as you want, and I think the important part about setting up your shot is the fact that like you can maybe find like a dynamite starting point, and then you just want to grind out that starting point to find like the best route or something.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be effective to have like the A and D stuff. But if you just want to like casually go through the game, I don't know, maybe like just full mouse control could be the way to go, you know?
Unless you're on a laptop, and then it's not.
Unless you're on a
anymore.
laptop, which is
But,
why
other
people
control.
who use MacBooks with no mouse, I got nothing for you.
And this
We
isn't
do,
like
though.
we're
Now
not
we
thinking
do.
about anyone specific,
Not-
but
Yeah, I haven't even met anyone like that, so I wouldn't even know what to say to them if I met them.
surely if they like, I mean, if they had some sort of like Greek mythology inspired name, that,
Yeah,
that kind
I
of
think
person
I would
would
know.
exist. Yeah, I think I would have
I think I
remembered
would.
a person like that.
yeah, but clearly not a big enough impression.
Yeah, I actually think this is a perfect sort of tutorial level 1 thing.
I
Because
think
not
this is
only does
great.
it do a good job of like forcing the player to learn the mechanics, but you
Mhm.
can also get super autistic with it.
Yeah,
It's
so
the perfect Aloft level 1 sort of thing.
Yeah. Like I don't mind replaying this level, but it also teaches me. So I think that's a good balance.
Yeah.
We just have to, Steven, we'll just have to make specific 3D for this.
I mean that's fine. It's just semicircles.
Okay.
Sweet. So
One quick thing, Jared.
Yep.
Well, it's shut this down immediately. Do you want to be able to say what position around the circle this location is?
Oh, so you can be like, my optimal angle of attack is 23.817.
I mean that well hang on, because that's not that's not difficult to do. But
What if it's just like really small?
is that like too much information?
I think
to
it's too
min-max?
much.
I think it's too much
I
information.
think it's too much. Like I think you should be good enough to know where that position is. Like that's what people
Yeah.
do in like speed running. They don't have like
Right. I want him to get high scores based on vibes, you know, not math.
yeah.
Feel the vibes, man.
Feel the vibes. Like this feels like the right spot.
Yeah. Cuz like I was entertaining the idea of making that like a toggleable option for score chasers, but I think that's too much information for score chasers,
TMI.
right?
Come on, they don't need it. Get better.
Yeah.
Fuck them.
So yeah.
Okay. So game loop then. Like you main menu. Start
Go to this one.
Level.
Go to this one.
Levels will unlock as we
As you
beat them.
Okay. So we'll need to like you'll press a button to go to the next one, or it'll do it automatically.
You'll press a button to go to the next one because they can keep replaying the level as many times as they want.
I could do just like a quick, just like
but
inward like shockwave thing towards the button, so you're like, oh, that's active now, but you can stay there. I don't know.
Mhm. We can either
Something
do that,
something
or
for
we
something
can
for-
like detect that this is the first time that they've ever completed the level ever, and then we can have a banner that shows up says like congratulations, you or like new level unlocked,
New level.
and then
Yeah.
you can just dismiss it, and then that button will be there.
Yeah,
So
that's probably fine too.
we can do that. Either
Okay.
or. We'll just need some way to direct the player's attention to the fact that they can go on to the next level after they complete it. I would imagine the leaderboard is going to be similar to Sandwich, where it's going to be scrollable. So we'll want a background, a foreground, or no, just a background, and then like
We'll use that same-
rectangular elements.
a single card.
Yep.
These things.
Yep.
Okay, I'll just use the sandwich.
Yeah, the Sandwich
like a
model.
Are they gonna look like ingredients for a sandwich though?
Yeah, it's good. I'm just.
It's gonna
we'll
be
just
exactly the
reuse
same.
sandwich thing. With like the ant queen and everything,
So there
or
may
maybe
be
some
that.
like really hot, like like sort of like little carrot.
Yeah,
Little carrot.
yeah,
little
just
carrot.
just some generic characters.
You might
just
you
like-
might want to like do your when you're making the assets, maybe do your mock-ups on like a screenshot of the current game, or maybe take a screenshot of the game with the launcher on like the furthest left and the furthest right extents, so that like we know that the UI element's not going to overlap the launcher at that specific point or whatever.
Oh, like the size of this isn't going to overlap this.
Right.
Okay, yeah, just make sure that there's space for all
Make sure that
this.
there's just some space there.
Yeah. I'll keep like boundaries for wherever things are going to exist.
Sure. Yeah, and then so for the menu on the right with like the current score and stuff, so we can have like a current score and a high score. For the current score at the very least, we'll want to, or like the last score and highest score.
Yeah. Okay.
For the last score at the very least, we're definitely going to want to show the breakdown of like how they got their score, distance, time, collectibles. Do we want to show that for the high score too? Because that might be useful for people who want to try and min-max some things, but it also will clutter the space.
Nah, you figure it out on your own.
I would say let's maybe just show the high score.
Just the score alone, I think is
because
good.
I think really the only people who would care about your breakdown for your highest score would be the hardcore score chasers, and we don't want to tailor the entire game to them.
No, because fuck those people.
Well, I'm fine with making accommodations for score chasers as long as it is not to the detriment of the casual player. And I think cluttering the information for like the high score stuff would be the detriment of the casual player. So
that's fine.
So we'll definitely want like at least a breakdown of the last score so that even the casual player understands. That's plus and minus. I just realized.
Yes, sir.
So that even the casual player knows like how they got their score. We're not going to have another split decision sort of situation.
Yeah.
And then we'll just show what their highest score was, because even a casual player would be interested to know what that was. Maybe even for the you know what we could do instead of making like a separate UI element for the highest score, we can just duplicate their leaderboard entry. So that way it'll show their score, their name, and like their placement as well.
Take the card from here.
Yeah.
And just populate it here.
Yeah. Because another thing that was a little annoying about Sandwich is that some people would have to scroll through the leaderboard to try and like manually find where they were.
Yeah.
Sometimes they wouldn't see it.
So at the very least, like if we display their high score as well as like their placement as well,
that would be good.
they won't have to scroll through the leaderboard for it.
Yeah. So like like 107.
107 people are gonna play this for sure.
Hey, we got over 200 people on Sandwich.
Let me just check the amount of entries and down to jam real quick.
Yeah, how many people?
I think there's
27.
Hey, okay.
How many?
27 hours.
27.
That's pretty good.
James Franco.
Hey.
Mm-hmm.
He was an arm in that movie.
Oh, but he's so good though.
He's so
So good.
He actually went to Brown University. That doesn't make him a genius.
Doesn't make him an idiot.
You're the idiot.
You're the idiot.
Okay, so we'll have
we go through
those things there.
Like menu stuff, I guess. We don't have to get into like the UI.
We'll just have two buttons for like back to level select, or we could just call it like back to menu, whatever is shorter. And then next level will pop up either next to it or underneath it, however you want to like lay it out. But it should look good when it's both hidden and displaying in terms of like layout.
Yeah, so again, like we just have to, if things are going to live somewhere but also be invisible, they just need to have boundaries that are protected.
Yeah. Yeah.
Main menu.
I don't think we need main menu. That's
something
that might just be a, because we can probably just go back to main menu from level select, and that won't be like the biggest deal in the world.
I mean, yeah,
I think the convenience of a main menu button is kind of it doesn't really call for making it that accessible.
Yeah.
If that makes sense, and like cluttering the UI space for it. It doesn't earn its keep.
Do we need like a quit or anything?
No, I don't think so. I think just like a level select and a next level should be fine.
Okay. No one's gonna freak out that there's no main menu or quit or anything.
Well,
They
hang
will.
on.
Hold escape to quit.
Hold escape to quit.
That can be just like.
And that could just doesn't have a button. That's just a thing that
That's
if
just
they
a
want
thing
to
that
use
people
it,
can. If
you
they,
can do it
yeah.
if you figure it out. It's fine.
Oh, so we don't even need a message for it.
Nah, I don't
fuck
think
'em.
so.
Okay.
I have a crippling fear of lack of main menus. Well, we've never had that.
Well, we're not gonna have a main menu, but we're not gonna have
Always
a main
have a
menu.
main
But
We're not gonna give you a direct line on it, so
you
figure
can
it
go
out.
to the level select and then the menu. Okay, get over it.
These people, I'm telling
So
you.
needy. I mean, am I right?
We
So-
only have a
so-
weekend.
Yeah.
It's just down to jam.
It's just down to jam. It's not that serious.
You know, for Ludum Dare, I'd put a main menu button, but for Down to Jam, I just don't see what the point is. You know what I mean?
Like, who are we trying to impress
who,
here?
who is this for?
Because if you think about most just like games in general, you have to navigate through like at least a menu or two to like go to quit to escape it, and it's really not that big of a deal at all. I've at least never thought about it until now that you generally just have to do that for most like commercial games and shit. So I don't think it'll be a big deal that we don't have a
It'll
way
make
to
it-
immediately close the game from gameplay. People can Alt F4 if they want. That's what they'll do with any other game, like jam or not.
True.
Yeah.
But if they just
Shut it down.
like go to level select and then we have a back to menu button on the level select screen, and then they can quit from there, it'll be fine. In my opinion.
Found me? Found me?
Yeah.
I'll still have like an art of restarts for the extra
Those
scory
beginners out
chasers. Yeah, but we don't need to draw attention to it. That'll just be another. If somebody is interested that function exists, they'll try R. That's like their instinct. But for
Although
literally
I feel
everyone
like
else,
anytime we don't tell them, that they're like, "Oh, I hit R and I accidentally reset," and then they have a hissy fit for that too. So
well, that'll be like the most like nothing burger hissy fit they could ever throw for a game like this. Like R to restart will maybe set you back like half a second.
it's not like hitting R during the
the
infinite mode in the loft.
Oh.
Or the endless mode. Not the endless
Oh
mode, but the
god,
continuous
yeah,
mode.
the marathon mode.
The marathon,
Ooh,
yeah.
yeah, that one is rough.
I remember I held the first place for that for a while.
How long?
A few days.
Oh, okay, that's actually longer than I
Pretty
thought.
Well,
Yeah,
because everyone was doing the individual.
I guess
like,
so.
ones.
That's true. That's true.
And to be fair, I held first place for some of the individual ones for the first like week as well. But
And then once
Until-
boats got
then,
a handle
then they
on it.
went autistic with it. I was
Yeah.
and that was only because I literally made the level, so of course,
right.
I know. How
I
to play.
literally played them so many times.
But you don't know what pixels you're supposed to change the air current on.
Listen, all I know is that you got to go down in the domino looking level, or the dice looking level.
Yeah,
Swim
that's
through it.
is it? Was
Not
that? Is that what the top people
that was
did?
my strat.
That was your
my
strat.
I think boats ended up going up above,
Ooh, bold.
which was risky. I felt like going down, you could like sort of like get closer to the
Yeah. Who knows? Jury's still out.
bump. There's, they could go back, revitalize it.
Alrighty. Is there anything else that we wanted to talk about game loop wise?
Okay, so we go level gets to the end, and then there's no like it's always individual scores, and you're just unlocking them as you play them the first time. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So the only other things for me are like, if I have time, I think it would be fun to do some like something that happens before start. We've done that a couple times. Dude Ranch, Shutter, Chaos. You'll have like a little
like a
like
countdown or something.
begin, like a begin.
Oh,
or
like a
whatever. Like
sort of thing.
something
Yeah.
to initiate the level.
Sure.
Like if I have time, I think those are always fun, and that's
Uh-huh.
just me giving you like a sprite sheet or a PNG folder.
Yep. Then I just turned into an animation. The only
Yeah.
thing that we don't really have, and I think it'll be it won't necessarily be MVP, but it'll be a nice to have, is like there's not really anything in this game to celebrate like you completing all the levels.
Ah,
You know, not even like even if it was a simple, just like sort of splash screen with an image on it or something.
Thanks for playing.
That
Well,
would be
now-
neat, but I don't even think Aloft had like the ending cutscene that would unlock, but
cutscene.
Yeah, you
I don't think
unlock
that
it.
would play after you finish the level. You would still have to like go back to the menu. There wasn't
no,
anything
you
to-
had to go and watch
And
it,
then you
right?
could-
yeah,
watch it.
yeah. I don't think we need anything as elaborate as a cutscene because time. But
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well-
If we wanted to have just like something, just be like, hey, you did everything. Good job.
All right, so hear me out. I don't know if y'all are looking at my screen.
Sure, Lola Bunny.
Not Little Bunny.
Not
But-
much, but hear me out if you ask me. A Thomas face.
If when you start like this is overlapping the level,
Yeah. Oh, like it's the play area.
yeah,
Uh-huh.
and then it like pulls away,
It sucks down
How-
off screen or
and
something.
then
Oh, okay. So this is like a pipe creature.
yeah,
I see. I see.
he's
Right,
he's a train.
Haunted.
And then yeah, and then it. If I need y'all to say if you're into this or not, but like if the target is like shooting your train at this thing, so then then when it goes away, it'll reveal him down here on the track with like your sort of target pointed at him.
Mm.
But if at the end, after you've completed all the levels, then we have like a sort of like death animation of this thing. He shows up and he goes like, and then he like wiggles down into the ground.
What was that noise, Steven?
That was the like
That-
me.
that was the
sinking
onomatopoeia?
back into my
I see.
my neck, like he is.
Yeah, he's retreating into his turtle shell. So that's my proposal for what the target is and your incentive for hitting it.
I see.
We're killing him.
Yes, I mean,
He's got bad vibes.
I thought we were giving him the good vibes.
I mean,
Does this man look like he wants good vibes?
Uh,
But no, you're using good vibes to
To
kill
murder
his
him.
bad vibes.
I see.
That's him there waiting for you to take him on to the
So,
track.
will this still look okay if we rotate him around?
So that's where the question is going to be: is this 3D or 2D?
Mm-hmm.
Because I can obviously make a 2D thing, but
It
I can't
doesn't-
draw it in every view.
It'll be functionally the same on the development side. It's more just a matter of like, will he look good spinning around like at any sort of angle in this 360 degrees?
yeah, like if he's down in the bottom left corner,
You just
You
you'll
can't even
just
see his
you'll
face.
you'll just see like you'll just see like this.
Yeah. I mean, unless you draw his, or you either draw him or model his head in a way that's always like pointed up towards the camera.
facing up.
Yeah. Which I think could look fine.
Well, yeah. Then it's like like it's always because the camera.
Yeah.
Field of view, like
Yeah.
you could potentially have it like this.
And I think actually he might look fine at any. My concern is if like on the far left and the far right, it's be like, oh, what if you like see the end of him? But if we just make him long
you
enough
just-
to, if we just
you
give him
just-
like a Doug Dimmadome hat style treatment, where you can never
It's,
see where it ends.
It's the arm.
then his
treatment.
body's like gonna be fighting with the leaderboard if he's over there or the buttons and stuff.
Well,
he just-
those
yeah, he
those
could
will
just
be those will be like UI elements that are always in the foreground,
Yeah,
so he'll
just
be behind them.
underneath all of that.
and the UI elements aren't going to get close enough to the track. There's going to be like
No, we'll have space.
they're not going to get close enough to the track where like they'll overlap like the launcher, much less this target thing.
No, I'll
So
have
you'll still be able to see his face.
there'll be a boundary for all the gameplay where nothing's going to intrude in that space.
Yeah. Because I don't even think that our play space right now takes up this much of the screen.
It might not.
Because I do have that extra buffers to make sure that like the launcher and the target don't go off screen.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my guy's still looping around this one island. God knows how many vertices are on this line renderer now.
Oh my god.
It's still running flawlessly though.
Still going.
Barely anything is running logic wise.
We're good.
Yeah, okay, so like hang on. I'll just post this. Oh god. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh fard.
Oh lord. Oh fuck. Oh jeez.
Oh, print screen. I'll just post a screenshot of what the current play space kind of looks like. Boink. So that's about how much space it takes up. There's like a little bit of padding above and below to have like the launcher and the target.
Yeah, okay, that's
Right.
reasonable.
Yeah. So that's about how much space you have to work with. I don't think I'll mind it if like, because right now our little target man here, he's encroaching a little bit into the play space, and I don't think that's that big of a deal. We can have
Nah.
Mr. Thomas Face do the same thing if we want.
Okay.
So I don't
It's
think
more a
it's going to be a
question
problem.
of-
It's more going to a question of like, is that what we want to do, right?
Yes, that's the question. I don't think that it's going to be an issue.
Uh-huh.
It's an aesthetic question.
Yeah. How you feeling, Steven?
You're not going to hurt my feelings if you
I
shut
ain't
it down.
vibing with the face.
I think I think it would be neat if we had something that wasn't like 1-for-1 Thomas the Tank Engine. Like
just-
if it was
you
our
like-
own, if it was our
okay.
own thing, that would be kind of neat.
Okay. So you're okay with the idea of it being like this menacing thing that we're like shooting our train at?
Yeah,
Or do you want
I
it to be a
don't mind it.
friendly
I don't
thing that
mind
we're-
it being like a bad vibes monster that we're like attacking.
Or do you prefer it to be a friendly thing that we're feeding and he likes trains?
Ooh.
Trains.
Hmm.
But I'm certainly okay to design like a character that isn't Thomas.
Yeah.
I think just if you do, just keep the face simple so it's easy for me to model.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I might even just say, Steven, just use the default like human body like face, and then just
Make a circle.
draw a couple googly eyes on it.
Oh, we could definitely just do it like we could definitely do it with like the eyes and stuff, like basically a texture. It's just got some raised bits to give the illusion of a face, essentially.
That's all we need.
I
It's
do
just
I do
a
like
little
the
bit.
idea of having something with a face in this game to give it like a
So,
bit of that
honestly,
mascot
Andrew,
appeal.
If you gave
Yeah.
me just like a straight on like face, then I could do something with it. Wouldn't be too
Okay.
hard.
I will just then. Do you guys like the little the fact that he's just an extrusion?
Yeah, the only thing that I was
I
worried
don't know.
about was I think my still issue is like, yeah, like the boxes will be in front, but there's like if there's gaps between it and you just see this big like black thing like moving across it just kind of adds more clutter
Mhm.
to them. So I would want there to be like a backing behind them or something.
Yeah, I was kind of
Oh, yeah.
imagining it like the score
We'll give
being
them-
have like a background behind it to contain it, sort of thing.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not even saying that. I'm like, but like say like the each of these like sections has a button, but like yeah, I would want them to be one.
Yeah,
continuous,
that's
like,
what I mean. Like
background.
to,
Yeah,
to
yeah.
contain it like that, so that way there's no way that they'll like fight with anything in the background. It'll
Yeah,
just be
'cause
like
even if they had their own individual backgrounds, I think. Just
yeah.
if there's a gap
I was
between
imagining
seeing
the
with.
scoreboard as well to have a similar sort of like background to the leaderboard, so that it
Okay. Yeah.
'Cause
I'll
that's-
give them cards.
Yeah. it'll just make the overall look of that side less busy.
Mhm.
Sweet.
All right. Is he a good boy or a bad boy?
He could be a bad boy.
Yeah, give me some bad boy vibes.
How about like sexy?
I can
Big
make
old
him
lips.
Make him sexy.
Maybe every time, like, no, that would get too annoying. Every time you finish the level and like collide with him, he just goes like, "Oh!"
Well, that would be a very important thing to happen, Jared. And you
But
know
it would
who
be
has to
it would
voice
be
that.
so abrasive though for people who are like repeatedly trying to do it. It would get annoying.
What if it's just a quick one? Just
Mm.
Huh.
It doesn't have to be prolonged. It's just a little reactive sound. Yeah, it's just the grapefruit sound every time you hit him with the train.
Yeah.
Oh. a little surprise. Just oh.
Steven's Networth Granny.
I think I can dig out those audio
Classic.
files.
I just reuse them. I just want to use the banana squirt.
Oh. The only time we've ever done Foley work.
Yeah.
So I think he can be a bad boy, and his face can be something that's like sinister, squinty eyes, but like a smug Grinch smile, maybe. Like he's campy bad.
Okay.
Like, he's not like mean bad, but like sort of like scheming kind of bad.
Or
Okay.
can you make his like mouth open and then he's like in pain when the train goes in? Like he's like a sad clown looking guy. Like he's still kind of creepy looking, but he's just like.
I mean, if you rig it and you give me an animation for it, I just have to set up the trigger. Not that bad.
I ain't animating the face.
There you
I'll tell
go.
That right now.
There you go.
But if his mouth is just open, it make his mouth look like a train tunnel though. Like go all the way to the ground.
So all the way to his chin. Just give him no chin sort of thing.
No chin, just a big like.
All his mouth
archway
goes all
of
the
the
way to
mouth.
the ground, so it looks like a train tunnel. He's waiting for it, accepting it.
Yeah.
Oh god. Give him a uvula.
Oh, it's a girl train. Ew.
What is that?
Can't
Just
properly capture
this.
the hallway.
Oh, he's a weird like baby creature.
Ew.
I think I liked him better with a chin, Steven. This is some sleep paralysis shit.
Especially with him like ew, especially if these are like teeth.
Yeah.
The character's gonna need to look appealing to somebody. Otherwise, it won't have any sort of mascot appeal.
Yeah.
Make him either cute or goofy. Maybe not scary. Give him a little some like pig nostrils.
Oh yeah,
Is he crying? Oh.
Yeah, of course he's crying.
Oh no.
Nothing has entered his holes in months. And then one tiny little curly little top hat.
Pointy hat.
Can we give him like some Thomas the Tank Engine conductor blush, like just 2 circles? That's upsetting. Okay, so this is a perfect concept of what we don't want.
Oh god.
Oh dang. Oh shoot.
So
Okay,
whatever
well,
this is,
fine.
just do the opposite of that, and I think we got a dynamite character. So big top hat.
Yeah. Happy, sad, more sad, not crying but laughing. Huge eyes and a tiny little mouth and a nose that droops over the mouth.
There we go. Yeah. And we want the nose to be flush with his upper lip like Gayneth Jr.
That's a penis.
No,
No, it's
some
a
kind of
train.
elephant.
He's
man.
got a nose train.
I'm sure it'll read that way. And it's all floppy. Steven, can you animate a floppy train nose?
It looks like he's
boy
looks like
his mother.
I want him
oh,
to.
he looks like
I want him to toot like an elephant with that thing. Just like raise it up in the air. But when he toots, it's a train horn.
Alright, that's literally just a penis now.
That's a dick.
That's a dick with a big old hole. God damn, you've been doing a lot of sounding.
Oh.
Wait, has its own face? Now it looks like his like smile is this thing's arms like coming out. He's like, "Well, what are you doing?"
I'm flopping here.
Hey. It also looks like he had a longer nose, but he accidentally bit the end off.
Like a churro.
Ew.
God, that's disgusting.
Oh god, you just had to give it a pink tip.
I hate this character.
I don't like that at all. All right.
All right, there we go. We're good. Okay. I think I have a better understanding of our flow. Steven, you're probably hopping off in a sec, right?
I probably will be as well soon.
I will in a bit. I want to finish up some shapes so then I can focus mostly on like making sure all the level stuff is ready and set up tomorrow. So.
Okay. And then I think we'll go over. We don't have to do it tonight, but we'll go over tomorrow with like all the remaining art assets, so you and I just know everything we got to make.
Yeah, that's fine.
But like, are you open to making a little face?
Yeah, as long as it's not too crazy,
Whatever it is, it'll be simple.
should be fine. I think the mouth and the eyes can be like part of the texture, and then I just make like a little nose and cheekbones and like eyebrow, like
yeah, just a little bit of dimension,
just a little bit of dimensionality to it,
just so it pokes out a little bit.
Yeah, I don't think it would be too bad.
Okay. Cool.
Okay.
Any concerns from you, Jared?
Nope.
Before?
I'm just typing out all of the tasks that I'll have to be doing. So we have collectibles, a score calculator, the leaderboard, the logic for the first levels tutorial thing, main menu, level select menu, then sound effects BGM. I'll just copy paste the volume slider that we have from Sandwich, incorporating the assets. Hang on. Navigation buttons in game for like return back to level, select, and next level. Those are all the big things that I can think of with regards to like MVP. And then I'll be as usual leaving Steven to the level design.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to do that the majority of tomorrow, hopefully.
Okay.
It'll be who knows how many levels will actually come out of it, like 10,
yeah, either they're
maybe.
easy and you blow through it, or they're tougher and we do just like a few.
Yeah, I'll have to see how it goes with how complicated we want the levels to be and whatnot.
Sure, yeah.
And visual variety, Steven, I think is mostly just going to be color palette driven.
Yeah.
And there might be few enough colors that we do some levels that are the same color, just different layouts.
Fine.
As far as level design goes, you can experiment around. I'm currently picturing like levels that can maybe be completed in like 5 to 10 seconds if you know what you're doing, but take some like finesse to pull off. So like it's difficult to do on like the first try, and maybe like a casual player might have to struggle a little bit.
Gotcha.
But for someone going for a high score, they'll be able to like do a run in like 5 to maybe 10 seconds max, getting all the collectibles and then hitting that bullseye. Because if it's too long, it'll end up kind of being like a Loft marathon mode, where like you can fuck it up like 20 to 30 seconds and it's be like, shit, restart. And that's a long time. So, I don't know. Feel free to experiment around.
Yeah, we don't know until we just start get in there and start placing some shit. That's kind of how it always is. Just like I'll just start moving things around and see what feels good.
And I'll also add an extra little under the miscellaneous polish section. I'll put railroad tracks.
Railroad tracks. And that is that one that you'll need a 2D thing for?
Yeah, we'll need a texture.
Okay.
A loop and texture.
Easy.
Same thing as the train cars.
Yeah, okay. My train car currently looks like a golden squid.
I like it. It's got like a bullet sort of shape to it.
Yeah, it's supposed to be like a bullet and then like an arrow tip.
Yeah, the arrow thing. I think it's cool.
I don't want it to have too much detail, so like I'll do like a nicer version of this.
Yeah.
Like a clean one. Do you think is it too much to like throw like a steam trail?
I could
No,
make
that's just a particle effect.
I could make a steam thing. Wouldn't be too crazy.
That'd be pretty neat.
Mhm.
Out of his little squid eye.
Yeah.
Was that some kind of squid eye?
When I see that you gave one of the trains a face, it's right over there.
Which one?
The one that's got like a little angry eye on him. That middle, that one that's like side view, that's got a bunch of detail on it.
This one?
Yeah, no, but like the actual like car where the guy sits. Is
Oh
like
yeah. I did. I forgot I did that. I think that's kind of cute too. He's like, I'm a little bullet now. Bullet train, baby. Kill that train, snake god.
Okie dokers. Well, I'm at a pretty good stopping point with regards to like development and stuff. I'll get a good night's sleep and then
Do it.
Yeah.
crack at it early tomorrow to start knocking some stuff out. There's literally, I think, there's nothing on this list that's concerning in terms of like a difficulty standpoint now that magnets and stuff are done.
Hey.
I'm glad that we were able to find something that was fun today, serendipitously.
Yes.
Because
That's
I wasn't really having fun just playing around with the magnets before we turned collisions on. I'm like,
Oh,
Collisions were a game changer, I think.
yeah, like, this doesn't feel as fun as I thought it did. But once we started like Tony Hawking around, I'm like, okay, we got it, baby.
Maybe we're okay.
Yes,
Andrew's
sir.
over here still
Just still drawing around it.
still going.
God, it just looks fun too.
It's like, well, I want to try that,
Yeah.
especially if like there's more interesting things that you can do.
Right. And it really doesn't take. Well, I guess these are. Oh shit. Steven, you said you're gonna start like level design stuff tomorrow.
At some point,
Okay.
at least like laying out some stuff. But I mean, I assume you have scripts that I could just like drop onto shit to be like, this is a negative, this is a positive.
No, I don't, and that's what I want to make before. I'll do that before
Okay.
I go to bed, to make sure that you have it, because that's something
I
that
mean, worst
I
case
meant
scenario,
to. That's something that
worst
I
case
meant to
scenario-
do.
If it's not ready, I just work on particle stuff tomorrow in the morning while you're doing that, so it's not that big a deal if you want to go to bed.
Oh, okay. Okay, sounds
Yeah.
good. I'll let you know when these things are ready to start like putting into levels and stuff.
Okay, that's fine.
And then I'll make that the first thing that I do.
Yeah, because I still need to like set all of them up with like their different materials and things like that, and then yeah, I have plenty of other stuff that I can work on. So ain't no thing.
Sweet. Sweet. Oh, look at you balancing it.
Oh, check it out.
Oh,
That's bad
that's my
for your
Tony
score.
Hawk manual.
Oh,
yeah.
Watch
that's
my
more
score.
of like a lip trick. That's like a what do you fucking call that?
Oh, like one of those Rodney Mullen moves where you
lip
stall.
trick. No, it's like on like the top of a half pipe, like on the edge of it.
Oh,
Here, and I'll show
okay.
you a
What
lip
is-
trick.
Grab.
It just doesn't
No,
sound
grab.
Trick
sounds
names.
fast.
No, grabs are like method airs.
Yeah, right.
Japan Air.
Lip trick holds names. Backside lip trick. Yeah, they think these are just called lip tricks or something. Rock to fakie. Oh, the eggplant. That was one of them, I think.
The eggplant.
Yeah. The only one that I remember is the one from an extremely goofy movie where Max like makes his board go vertical, and then he does like a one-armed handstand on top of like on the edge of the ramp.
Oh yeah.
I remember trying to pull those I remember simulating that with like my tech decks. I thought that trick was so
Hell yeah.
cool.
Hell yeah, dude. That was like peak cool.
Yeah.
I could do that if I wanted to.
Oh, absolutely. I just don't want to.
I don't. Yeah, I just don't want to.
See, I'm not even doing anything right now. I'm just watching Andrew do this.
I know.
I think we got something promising here.
It's
Guys, the real test of whether or not this is a good game is, can you listen to a clip from a podcast while watching this?
Oh, yeah. That's actually.
And you have a Family Guy like clip play right next to this.
Easy peasy. Easy peasy.
maybe like a Minecraft speedrun or something as well would be pretty nice.
Just fit them all in here. We got enough room. Oh god, up in those things. Yeah, feel free to mess with them. If you find any settings that feel better than the defaults, let me know. But the only thing that I'll probably be changing
this
from the
thing
defaults is
vicious.
Yeah. Oh, you want vicious? Up that max velocity. Because you can up
Max
that
it out.
engine force, but there you
Holy
go.
Maxed out.
Oh,
we're
okay.
we're
So that's
cutting
too-
through.
that's
Oh,
too
Wasn't
fast.
there. That's too fast. Too fast.
Whoa!
Whoa! All right, we
The
know
magnetic
limit
force
now.
is too
Good.
strong.
Good to know.
Oh.
How does it work?
Jeez.
Jesus Christ. I'm glad I had the foresight to put max velocity in like first thing. Whoa.
Yeah.
Oh.
That'll generally happen when like you're moving so fast that your frame 1 and frame 2 doesn't even detect that you are colliding with the thing. You're like in frame 1, you're right before it. Frame 2, you're right after it. So it doesn't detect any collision. So you have to be like rocketing pretty fast to get through there.
Really cruising. Chill out, Casca. Jeez.
Does my mic pick her up? Could you hear that?
I did hear that. Yeah.
Holy shit.
Never heard
She's
the
like,
whole baby
she's not
talk
even
as
in
well.
the room. She's in the kitchen right now meowing.
She must be screaming.
No, she's just a
She has a
chatty. She's a
screamer.
chatty Kathy.
Well, she's old. She's got a lot to talk about.
This is true.
True. Wizened.
She's about to turn 5 this year.
Oh my god.
Wow, she's almost as old as the old lady in my building that won't stop talking to me about things she saw on the street. I saw a black man.
Hey, what's the Game Jam theme? Trains! Peachling!
Trains!
No, it's not
why don't you-
trains. It's train.
Oh, it's train. Why don't you
Okay, right.
why don't you show Peachling? The
Peachling.
the train concept art we have, Andrew. One
Oh, the
one
train
last
concept art.
one
Okay.
last train ride before I
Luckily,
I
the train's gonna continue to run without me.
exactly.
Forever.
We don't have our best character design anymore.
Oh, I
Damn.
did a
Undo
race. Undo it. I probably could undo it back up to there. We're shooting train monsters with train guns,
Yeah.
and the only way to defeat them is with good vibes that you pick up as a train.
hmm
Yes, let me see your masterpiece. Well, gameplay wise, that's all we have for a masterpiece is
That is the
what
masterpiece.
we
is
were
the-
showing in when you joined. But in terms of what it's going to look like,
It'll
voila,
eventually be like this ish.
It'll eventually look. like
it'll
this.
be colorful.
And better.
interesting.
It's gonna be
and
it's gonna be a
not
little,
pink
little
line
bit more
breaker.
energetic and funky. We'll have some quirky stuff in there. There'll be some fun art that we add on, and then Steven's gonna do some good VFX to make sure that things aren't ever really too static.
Yeah. Super cool. Do you do any game dev? Peachling.
Featuring.
Because we are currently doing Down to Jam. I don't know if you're familiar with what's happening right now or not, or if you kind
You'll
of found
probably
us
hear
through like
exactly
game dev.
more of that. I don't know.
Are you a D2Jer?
Well, if they're asking for the theme, I'm assuming not. Otherwise, I don't have a lot
Oh.
of time.
You
No, that'd be fine.
time to hop to it.
Shut up.
It's just down to jam. You don't have to like make anything that good.
That is true.
Just
Like,
do
no
whatever,
one's-
honestly.
No one's really taking it too seriously.
Andrew, be honest with me. Did you mean to make a Hawk Tuah joke there?
I said hop to it.
You said it with a very specific cadence, and I did not
You
like
did
it.
heard
not.
what you wanted to hear, I think.
I did not. I said hop to it.
Hawk to it.
Jump on.
You
that thing.
heard what you wanted to hear.
All right. I'm.
Start gaslighting Jared at like 1 in the morning. Be like,
Yeah,
no.
it's time.
I'm gonna probably go into my sign off phase, and then I will be
Do it.
back at it again at Krispy Kreme tomorrow to start cranking out
Okay.
some stuff. So Steven, you can probably start with some like particle effects and things.
Yeah, that's fine.
And then I will get started on getting things ready for you to start making some levels with.
Ismet.
Cool. I'm on doing Extreme Beginner, try to learn coding, my ass blender, UE5 is a disaster. UE5 is a disaster. Oh, way to beat Dev Sunday. Woo. Well, can't go wrong with Unity. There's a lot of documentation there, and also a big community for Godot as well, in terms of
And Blender.
learning stuff. Oh yeah.
And the best way to
Blender is
learn
huge.
things is by forcing yourself to do this
Do
stuff.
it.
Honestly, a jam that'll teach you right quick.
Mhm,
And
mhm.
don't be afraid to not finish. Just
Oh yeah.
work on something
You'll-
over the weekend. And
you will-
then,
Especially in the early periods, like your first couple of
Yeah.
jams, you will level up so fucking fast.
yeah,
Even if you
crazy.
don't finish things, you'll get really good at making stuff on a time.
I'd never even seen a game before we started doing game jams.
Yeah, Jared showed us
Now
our
look
first
at me.
video game. Now look at him working in the game industry. It's really
Wow,
turned his
it's
life around.
crazy.
Alrighty.
All right, we'll see you in the morning.
Sounds good. All right, I'm going to sign off mode. See y'all later.
Peace.
Bye.
Peace. Peachling, thank you. Or Peachling, sorry. Thank you for the follow. I'm signing off right now. I'll be raiding some other game dev. It looks like Hypnotic Games is doing stuff. He's been live for 9 hours, so we'll see how much longer he's around. But we will be back. I'll be back in like less than 12 hours to continue doing this. The game is due on Monday at 3 p.m. Pacific time. So that is probably what we'll be working until. So there's still plenty of time to watch us flounder. Anywho, that is currently the plan. I'll be back. My cat is looming at me, waiting for her final pre-bedtime meal. We'll be back tomorrow. We'll be cranking out on some stuff. I mostly just do the software development side of things, so you'll be seeing a lot of programming and Unity engine stuff. The two artists generally crank out stuff on their own and then give me awesome assets, and then suddenly the game just looks amazing once we put all their assets in. We'll probably get to that point late tomorrow. That'll be interesting to see. But until then, love you, miss you, mean it. Later, Cabbage Patch. I'll see you tomorrow, technically today. See you later.